Hello there, and welcome. We're back. I'm back, and Sinister Porpoise is with me. So you want to say hello?
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing? How are you doing, Porpoise?
Oh, I am well. I'm clearly paying attention tonight.
Mm. Yeah. Okay. Now let's start it.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
So the
just make sure.
thing it's just started. Okay, we're good. Okay. So So what did you think to my video? I mean, it was stupidly long again because I ramble too much.
Now that is kind of hard, especially when they don't themselves keep it down.
Mm. Yeah. I mean, really, it came down to she was making, weird. It was like she was asking me to argue a straw man, which is not the thing I was talking about anyway. So, sorry, can you hear me? I didn't realize that was the live chat. I thought that was an internal chat. If anybody wants to join in, PM me on Twitter, and it's at now underscore being underscore Laura. I've just put out a tweet. In fact, let me link the tweet.
For the record, this is a 1 liter, and it's diet. Not that they care, but because I still need to get to the gym anyway.
So yeah, if you want to join in, just PM me on that, and you will get the link straight away. So it took me. I did ramble a lot, and effectively say the same thing multiple times. And I know that's kind of annoying, but effectively it drums it home because my position is consistent.
But they keep saying the same things over and over again. I noticed when I was covering them, and there are times when I just skip through their streams.
Yeah.
Because I don't need to hear about Steve's boring life.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, this year is going to be a tough Christmas for me because my mum disowned me, nearly 2 years ago, end of March, and and because of COVID, I can't really go anywhere else. So it's kind of I'm staying at home on my own for Christmas Day, and that'll be the first time that's ever happened. I'm 46 years old. It'll be the first year that's ever happened. Always had family to go to, or my friend. I went to visit in Plymouth last year, and unfortunately, my friend's got asthma, so he is an at-risk category. So it's like, I would hate, even if it just made him sick, I'd hate to pick it up on the train or from somebody and take it down, and and not only that, he lives on his own, as do I. So I can't afford to get sick myself, because if I get sick, I've got no one to look after me.
I would have liked to have gone back to Pennsylvania this year, but it seems the job training I started, that I was told would be paid, was not, and I'm not happy about that. But also, it's like Indiana has become one of the hotspots for COVID-19, and the county I live in went from being a blue county for COVID to being a red one as soon as fall started to get in full gear, because most of the people who are getting COVID-19 right now are the people who think it's some sort of Democratic plot. Because Americans are smart.
Yeah. The weird thing about it is Twitter turned COVID into a political thing. The moment he said, it's advisable, you could wear a mask, but you don't have to. And as soon as he said, but you don't have to do that, suddenly it became politicized. And that's just bizarre.
Yeah, a lot of local people think the mandates aren't required either. It's like, that's not what mandate means.
Mm-hmm.
The president may have said he's not going to do it, but the governor said you have to. Especially in places like Walmart. And And part of me just wants to start a site where I'm just shaming people for not having their mask on, right? And part of me says, what good would this serve?
Yeah, I mean that is one of the things that I'm fortunate to see. I've been pleased to see over the last month and a half, 2 months maybe. So at first, when we had the first lockdown, and sort of continual thing where you got to wear a mask if you go inside a shop, supermarket, got to wear a mask the entire time. Of course, the amount of people who wear masks under their chin and their mouth isn't covered, or across their mouth and their nose isn't covered, it's like kind of defeating the point, and there's been a lot of anti-maskers that drive me up the wall. You see them on Twitter and here and there, and it's like, oh my gosh, So yeah, true, Jemima. That's true. As I've said in on Twitter, if you want to join in, then feel free to do so. Send me a PM on Twitter, and you can have the link and come and join us.
Any type of flapper gear is not required.
Yeah, no, I don't have any flapper gear. Not my era. I'm about 20 years later than you. I have quite a 50s style that I like.
I'd like to do more diesel punk, but I need to have a larger budget first.
Yeah.
I'm not ContraPoints. I don't have her money.
Yeah. But yeah, how much of the video did you watch of mine?
As much as I could, but it kept cutting in and out.
Oh, right.
And it's not like it's anything new. It's like Steve wants to deny that he's a transphobe, and his ultimate defense that I love is I can't be transphobic because I have trans friends.
Yeah, and also we've got the I started in the trans community. No, you didn't. You're a liar, Steve. Every time Steve claims that he started out in the trans community, he's lying. The reality is that Nadia's hangouts were about great debate stuff because Nadia was trans, and so because Steve started out on Nadia's channel, therefore he's not a transphobe because that's the trans community. No, it isn't. I mean, just think about the logic. So Steve, let's say, where would you go to get involved in the trans community? What would you be searching? Because usually people who get involved in the trans community are trans people and trans allies. And they are like, and they'll get involved. How much involvement does Steve have? Now, let's just think about Twitter in general, okay? If I go and look at Steve's Twitter and put trans and Steve McRae and see how much there is, and really all you've got is Steve complaining about some trans people, notably us too, and having a little bit of a spat several months ago with I've forgotten his name, her name, their name. Oh gosh,
Katie?
No, uses a brain picture. Ethel and oh gosh.
This reminds me, I need to take my thyroid meds later.
Oh crikey, what's it's like a double name, oh gosh, what are they called? You see, now I'm frustrated because I can't remember.
Well, there's quite a list of people Steve has upset over the years.
Yeah, it's basically someone who's an atheist, and they have talked about various things.
Thank you.
No, Essence of Thought. That was it. Essence Essence of Thought. So Essence of Thought was talking about various bits, and hey Kitty, do you want to come and join in? Essence of Thought made some videos about I forgot what his name is now, but he basically did the trans women in sports thing, and people derided him for it. And
Rationality rules.
Rationality rules, that was it. So that was what Steve decided he was going to get involved in, and that was about it. So that was it. That's Steve being involved in the trans community.
Oh, right. Now, my first encounter with a lone lump.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to Twitter, I am involved in the trans community. Probably about 2/3 of my Twitter stuff is trans community stuff. And one thing I don't really see very much is you cannot read this content, because you're blocked type stuff. I don't get those in those things. Do you know why? Because Steve doesn't go there. Steve isn't involved in that stuff. So Steve is making, like you said, I have trans friends. I can't be a transphobe because I've got trans friends. And I started in the trans community when he didn't. In fact, didn't I have... yes, I do. So let's get rid of that one and that one and that one.
And if anyone wonders why that's a bad thing, just replace trans with black, and I think Steve will start to understand why people make fun of him for it.
Okay, so hang on, that's not the one.
You've just got the wrong screen shared.
Yeah, let's stick it on the right. Maybe that'll be better. Okay, share screen. Okay, it's not even showing any of those.
But you're not the only trans person Steve has been horrible to.
Okay, so this is all the 20 videos. That's the Steve is targeting me video. And you can see the date on it, the 28th of November, which 29th of November is when he posted a picture of me as a guy. So that was in reaction to this video. And we can look here. This is on JD Kane's channel. And this is a Nadia hangout. Look, there's Nadia. And, what are they talking about? Let's have a look.
We walk out and we aren't moral.
The trouble is not that we lack that grounding, but that you don't have it either.
Of course I do. Do you believe in any of those other gods, Shiva or Vishnu or any of those other gods?
I don't believe in yours.
But do you believe in those other gods? That wasn't my question. So you don't believe in any gods, right?
No.
Okay, well then I don't believe in those gods and you don't believe in those gods, so why do those gods come up? What?
So, if people could hear that, it was basically... that was a video about great debate stuff on Nadia's channel. All Nadia's hangouts were about great debate topics. God, not God, atheism, agnosticism, humanism, secularity, all these sorts of things. They talk about rape and abortion and, immorality and all those fun topics. That's what was talked about in Nadia Hangouts. The only time that trans stuff came out was either if someone asked a question to Nadia because she's trans and they wanted her opinion on it, or if Nadia's basically started to talk about it. And unfortunately at this time she's got herself out of that depression, but at the time she was in a horrible cycle where she could barely afford to, she was staying in a hotel room effectively. And, she didn't have a job and she couldn't afford medical insurance. And because she couldn't afford medical insurance, then so therefore Nadia couldn't transition. So it was kind of like, woe is me. I can't transition because the system is stupid and, all that. And so, well, when she did that, usually people in the Hangout would roll their eyes and, oh no, she's talking about that again. And she had a reputation for that.
Well, I also understand G-Man went on some really transphobic rants, unsurprisingly, but I still don't believe G-Man is real, personally. Bo Holbo Rasmussen, I don't know if you know him, said something.
Oh, yeah. I don't recall him talking about trans versus non-trans subjects. Could you fill me in, please? Well, if you didn't see my original video that, came before this, because this is an after show, Steve, back in September last year, basically tried to use me being trans against me. Saying, I don't think of you that way and I will never date you. Let me find the picture because it's easier.
Let me see. I think I had it in my shipwreck scripts folder.
I've got it right here. Is it that one? Yes.
And I'm not going to explain why I have shipwreck scripts. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So on the 18th of September, after I basically challenged him for lies that he's told in the past or lies that he continues to tell, it's like, get over it, Laurie. You're clearly fixated on me. I don't think of you that way and will never date you. Sorry, you're not my type. You'll have to stop obsessing about me. No means no. And that came out of the blue. Anything to do with me being trans before that was just me saying, by the way, I don't use Cliff anymore, Steve. I use Laura, and it's the same number of characters too, so you won't waste tweet space. And, it's like, oh, it's very confusing. Yes, but I will use Laura. So he called me Laura pretty much from that time on.
Far be it. Sorry.
Yeah. And so then 2 months, just over 2 months later, because Katie made a video and referenced me, Steve went and posted this picture of me as a guy to prove how he couldn't possibly have sexually assaulted me. Sexually harassed me. And then later in a hangout, a couple of weeks later, Steve goes and, makes up lies about it. Oh, we only just found out. And, and then Cheshire comes out with this stupendous lie about how, Katie is claiming that Steve sexually assaulted me when I was a man, which Katie never said ever. So
Steve does. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I have. But Steve often conflates sexual assault with sexual harassment, as if they're the same thing. Also, there's one thing I want to address.
He also connects. Give me a sec. He also equates harassment with sexual harassment.
Yes, I would like, on the behalf of all of us who are laughing at your Twitter account for the past, I think we're up to 6 days now, for the epic boom out.
Is he still doing the mathematics shit?
He was. And he was getting the assignment operator and programming wrong.
Right. I don't know.
Well, he was confusing the equality operator in C with the assignment operator, which is easy enough if you don't understand it's 2 equals for the equality check and 1 equal sign for the assignment operator.
Yeah. There was also, did you catch that weird one where she brought up the fact he was a veteran? And?
Well, in America, we have a tendency to put certain professions on a pedestal. And one of the reasons we do it for veterans is because we don't have the draft anymore. So a lot of people are like, thank you for serving because that means I didn't have to. But people like Steve, who probably were not all that heroic on someone like Unirock, who put himself in danger, likes to just, it's not stolen valor. He did serve in the military, but he believes that he should be put up on the same pedestal, even though he pushed some on a ship somewhere. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
He pressed a few buttons on in the bowels of a ship somewhere.
Oh, that doesn't mean he wasn't in danger, though. I'd like to say that too.
I don't think there was any danger for shipping. I don't remember any, anything happening in the first Gulf War. I don't remember any big attacks happening or anything.
Well, there weren't any big naval attacks, certainly, but there were some incidents.
Yeah. But either way, whether he has served his country, and brilliant, congratulations for him to do that. Usually people, the sad thing about it is, usually people who join the Navy, the Air Force, or the Army, or Marines, or whatever, often, people use that to go to university. They go to college to study, to afford to be able to study at college and get a degree and do something. And Steve has done none of that, which is pretty sad, really. Effectively, it was a wasted venture.
Well, don't also forget Steve doesn't support politics that would allow him to go back to college at this point either, but he's also in his 50s. What is he going to do?
Well, it's not even that. It's, back then, I suppose now he's just living off everybody else's smarts.
I certainly can't live off.
Yeah. Well, did you catch that one where he basically says, look how smart I am because some clever guy said don't get Steve in an argument. That made me chuckle.
I do really wish Landon Curtinol would do his own YouTube channel on programming, because the guy clearly knows what he's talking about and has passion, but judging by his Wikipedia entry, Landon Curtinol is not a mathematician. He's a computer scientist. They're not the same thing, Steve.
Yeah, I found this one funny. Again, he's using someone else's smarts to, it's an argument from authority, effectively, but it's, don't debate facts with Steve. You'll annoy Steve and you'll be wrong. But of course, anyone needs to prove me wrong, go ahead. Okay, well, don't care about the maths yet. But Cheshire and Steve, I suppose. But of course, bear in mind that Steve isn't defending Steve. Cheshire's defending Steve.
Yeah, his attack goblin.
Yeah, I really, really could do with tweaking this or finding the original and then where is it? I saw this recently and I thought it was funny.
You know how to feature the comments on the side if you want to do that.
Oh yeah, yeah, I like that. So
this is one picture
I thought this one was amusing because you can basically change Elon Musk to to Steve McRae and change weird nerds to Cheshire or Steve.
Or Manya occasionally.
Or Manya, yeah. But, and of course, valid criticism doesn't hide in shadow. Comments disabled. Always my favorite thing about Steve. Because like I say, the reason why I find Steve interesting is the layers of hypocrisy. Pretty much everything he does is hypocritical. It's kind of weird, I'm being harassed and cyberbullied on the internet. And you spent 11 months doing what to Katie? Oh,
Well, I have 300 videos on him.
300?
Which means to me, I think he just looked at the video count and said, it's like, oh, there are 300 videos. I only know about her videos that are about me. It's like...
But he doesn't watch your stuff.
Oh, of course he doesn't.
Has he referenced your stuff? What you've said?
Yes, but lately I haven't done anything about him, so...
Yeah, but like I say, but if anyone wants to join in, let me know on Twitter and I can send you a link. Brian was around earlier, but he seems to have gone now.
I have to feel sorry for Estella, though. Someone brought her up in chat, because a lot of us were saying it's like, because she was on Steve's side at first, and a lot of us were saying it's like, he's going to do this.
Yeah. Again. It's just stupid, really. And like I say, he will die on any hill to save his ego. The idea of apologizing, no, he can't do that. She can't do it either. Cheshire can't do it either. If you remember, there was that one with Hogtie. Yeah, that was more silliness.
But Hogtie did call it right. She's a snotty little child.
Oh yeah. And like I say, my position is really simple. I don't know. Does it sound complicated to anybody? Does it make sense to you, Popeyes?
I don't think it's that hard. I mean, this is not like deep gender theory that you need a doctorate for. And if Steve really wants to talk to some new PhDs, talk to some gender studies majors. As if somehow their credibility will rub off on you, because that's not the way that works, Steve. On the other hand, it is an interesting behavior narcissists will do.
I mean, like I say, it's exactly the same. It's pretty much exactly the same as the whole rape apologetics thing that he fell into. Because if you think about it, he didn't have to defend Warden. He didn't have to post a picture of me. But he did. I don't understand why he did that.
Well, I think I can easily understand why I got the spoiled rich brat of the malignant harpies. Wait, we just call them the Harpy Sisters. I call them malignant, but... Because I block Cheshire because I find Cheshire irritating.
Yeah.
It's like, if you listen to Cheshire for long enough, your IQ points drain. And I don't know if she's just really that stupid or if it's the act she puts on. But either way, it's like, I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
And Laura looks like she's looking for something.
Actually, no, I'm just sending off a PM just in case.
But honestly, I have to wonder if anyone knows why Steve has such a hard time with definitions. Because the whole mass thing is the same atheism argument over again. It's like, most people don't care. Sure, I say I'm agnostic, but if someone wants to say I'm an atheist because I'm agnostic, unless my goal is to irritate them, it doesn't matter to me. Being called an atheist is not an insult, and I don't know why Steve takes it so personally. And then this whole mass thing, that's not about...
The thing about it is...
Sorry, go ahead.
It fits exactly the same into the Steve egotism thing. It's like... Mark Pellegrino and what was the name? Stella, was it?
Estella.
All they needed to do... Sorry. What they're basically doing is saying, look, you're just being silly now. Because it's like, well, if you mess around with numbers, I mean, effectively it's, I can make 1 + 1 = 5 if I use maths. And it's like, okay, well, and is there a real need to do this? Yes, you can go 1.3, 2.333, and that's pretty much 2. And, and it's like, you don't need to do this. It's just, oh, well, if we round up and we round down. I mean, it reminds me of something years ago. Model train stuff, okay? So a company called Bachmann made a model of a Class 37, got a big nose thing, and they got details just wrong on it. And so there was, the first magazine to do a review, and it was a magazine called Model Rail. And they were like, this is the best thing we've ever seen, a Class 37 that actually looks right. And another magazine looked at it and went, what? Because the body was, the nose was the wrong shape, the roof was the wrong shape, details were out all over the place. Everything was kind of skewed in different ways. And when they did a review, Bachmann, the company, threatened to take them to court, and they pulled their advertising from them. And so, but the first one was a local Class 37 that actually looks right. And over the next couple of months, the editor of the Model Rail magazine basically said, well, it looks like a 37 at normal viewing distances, which is like 3 feet away. And it's like, well, yeah, it looks like a normal, it looks like a Class 37 at 3 feet away if you sort of turn your head sideways and you squint and you sort of look on an angle. Yeah, then it does. But it doesn't look at it when it's in front of your face, which is what it's supposed to. And this is different than the best thing, a Class 37 that actually looks right. Far from it. So, it was just sort of the backpedaling. And that's exactly the same kind of, oh, well, if you twist it around in this way, then it'll be like that. And it's like, yeah, but that's not really the point.
All right.
Do you really need to do this? Effectively, when you watch Star Trek and they used to refer to psychobabble or technobabble.
Yeah.
They just use basically science sounding terms about the warp drive, and it doesn't matter because it's not really important. It's the warp engine doesn't work because the dilithiums are out of alignment or something, or the warp field generator's broken or whatever. Or you cannot change the laws of physics. It's that kind of thing. It's like, okay, but the babble is irrelevant. The short version is it's not working.
Okay, Keanu
you don't need to do, and effectively the argument that Pellegrino's trying to say is this is really unuseful. This isn't any use other than, math babble.
Keon asked in chat, has Steve reached the limit of infinity yet?
Well, the problem is in physics, if you come up with infinity, usually your maths is wrong.
Or it's something we don't understand because the laws of physics are breaking down, such as a black hole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, like I say, it's, all he's been doing with this math thing from the way that I've seen it is I'm going to use math stuff because I need to feel right about it. And you just need to accept that I'm right. That's all Steve's argument is, really. And he will just keep going on and on and on and on because he needs to be right.
Certainly, I hope Steve brings the psychologist he said he was going to have on so he can get his free therapy.
Yeah.
I'm still doing Screen Sassy Scouser. I'm just not doing them about Steve.
Oh, hey, Sassy, thank you very much. I've got several videos about Steve, so, you might want to have a look. And unlike Steve, with his, caffeine or projection corner thing he does every week, I actually prove what I say.
I wasn't interested in proving what I said because I was just snarking at him. Unless it was necessary. I mean, you don't really need to prove anything when you're just making fun of what they say. Yeah, most people don't care about the math equations. The problem is, Steve is not capable of any form of self-reflection.
Mm.
So we can't see And most of us obviously aren't really good at introspection because we're clearly biased when it comes to our own behaviors.
Yeah.
But you can't see that maybe some of these things I'm applying to other people actually really apply more to me. Because this whole math thing with Pellegrino is exactly the same type of behavior that caused Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Ra to block him.
Yeah. And he can't stand that. Someone has dismissed him. It's like, oh, fuck that guy, block. That upsets Steve. Of course, Steve is okay doing blocking, but when the big name people are like, yeah, fuck you, Steve, block, he gets upset. And that's why he's got several videos of along the lines of why Aaron Ra is wrong about the definition of atheism, why Matt Dillahunty is wrong about the definition of atheism. It is stupid.
Well, they're also big names. Yeah. They're also big names that'll give him views and clicks. And Steve apparently did learn something in the marketing classes he took that drama sells.
Mm.
I wonder if talked about a spell cap. I didn't, but I probably misspelled caffeine at first too, because it's EI, not IE.
Mm. Yeah, they did. She did make a typo one time, and it's like, oops, oh well. It's dear me. I've talked too much already today.
I'll keep going.
Yeah. Well, like I say, my simple point is, that on the video I made a little while ago, and it's a long one. It's probably about 3 hours, I'd say. It's probably going to be more, and I don't even realize yet. And it simply came down to Cheshire was calling me a liar for stating things that actually happened, and I demonstrated every single element of the things that she said I was lying about.
Did you see the caffeine corner where she admits that she's good at lying?
I actually played it at the start of the video. Yeah.
I mean, that's an interesting admission, but...
Yeah, that one, that was quite amusing.
And Steve even says she's a sociopath.
Sorry?
Steve even says she's a sociopath, if I recall correctly.
He has said that.
In the same video.
Oh, right, okay. I didn't watch the old one. I just, I can't remember what it was now. I think someone said something about that video, and so I went looking, and it's like, oh gosh, I'm going to cut that bit.
Secret squirrel, remind me to put some nuts out for the squirrels. I've got to make up a lot up to the local Western Pine squirrel population. No, I don't. I'm going to have to look it up, Kitty AB. I don't know that most sociopaths are pathological liars, because pathological liars just have to lie, whereas a sociopath will easily mix truth and lying because they don't understand. Or rather, it's not that they don't understand empathy. They can feign it well. It's just that they don't have any empathy themselves.
Yeah. I don't know. I couldn't be like her. I just, I can't do that. That's weird.
Well, that's because people on the autism spectrum generally aren't that way.
True. Yeah. It takes too much energy to lie. It really does. It's too, you have to remember what was the lie and what was the truth. And, that's the reason why, when the cops they ask the same question 5 times, 7 times, whatever, they ask it multiple times. Because if you say it wrong, if it changes each time, then, that's the sign that, okay, this isn't true. Because someone who's remembering something that happened, they remember the reality. They don't remember the lie. They don't remember the thing that didn't happen.
But keep in mind, before this gets taken out of context, and I'm almost certain it will be, by a certain shipwreck and his crew, that doesn't mean people on the autism spectrum can't lie. They just generally don't.
Yeah. As I said, it just takes too much energy to lie.
So if they are lying, there has to... Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just saying it's better to tell the truth. It's simple as that.
So if they are lying, there's a good reason. Well, they'll think they have a good reason for it. It may not actually be a good reason, but... And they're expending a lot of energy to do so.
Let's see. Because I've gone lost. Forgotten where.
Out to sea says, I think Steve will regret trusting Chesh like he regrets trusting Kyle. Well, Steve has a great history of trusting convicted felons. Even calling
that was comical. Yeah, that really was comical because I think that's it. No, it isn't. Yeah, that's comical. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Steve has said several times, he knows good people. He's good at recognizing who are good people and who are bad people. And yet, we've got like the whole TST crew, me, also people that weren't in TST, so yeah, friends with those people, but oh yeah, right. And then, then he's got sort of friendly with Kyle, and Unirock, and Nick Suter, and who else? I mean, these are people he knows good people. He's good at telling who's the good people and who are bad people.
Yeah, but most of the good people have left him at this point. Because...
Yeah, well, I mean, that's been a long time thing. Effectively, Steve has ejected the people that will, say, Steve, that's out of order. You can't do things like that. You can't say things like that or whatever. People who will criticize his behavior, they've been ejected because he would, la 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 la. I'm not going to take an advice off anybody. I know I'm right.
I have to one. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
At some point, one of us is going. If we just, a bunch of us want to get together and just go through the bite model with Steve's following.
Go through the what modeling?
The bite model.
What's that?
It's used to determine a cult because one of the warning signs of a cult, and I'm not saying Steve has anything more than a cult of personality around him, is that ex-members will have a very similar story, and I've heard at least 3 different versions of a story of people who left Steve because they caught Steve doing something unethical.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Mr. Unimpeachable Ethics.
Anya and Chesh make me... Oh, I'm reading the chat, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you watch Telltale Atheist, he does it a lot. I don't necessarily think it's the greatest model, but Steve Hassan certainly studies it and would know more than I would.
Here we go. This is it. I found it now. Couldn't find it before. Yeah, this is Cheshire admitting that she's just a liar.
Oh, I used to just casually lie because made it more likely, like on just like little things that didn't matter that people were never going to question me on, because it made them more likely to believe me if I made a larger lie later. Now, whether or not I ever ended up taking advantage of it was dependent on the circumstance, but it was essentially I didn't know it at the time because I was a teenager, and I was just like, I'm just good at lying. And then there were times where I was just straight up, it was practice for me because of the situation that I grew up in, that I sort of needed to lie to sort of survive.
Yeah, and I thought that'd be very common.
That's worrying.
I want to make this clear. I don't care about the situation Chesh grew up in, because while our past affect our current behavior, you are responsible for what you do now, Chesh, and you know you're doing wrong things. You casualize, that's just stupid.
Yeah, actually reminds me of something. So let me find it because it's a quote. Do you remember that guy the former FBI director, James Comey. Comey quote, there we go. So I listened to his audiobook while I was doing some railway modelling work. And there was one thing he said in that, and I paused it and I went, right, I'm going to write this down. And so he said, I've seen many times over the years how liars get so good at lying, they lose the ability to distinguish what's true and between what's true and what's not. They surround themselves with other liars. The circle becomes closer and smaller, with those unwilling to surrender their moral compasses pushed out, and those willing to tolerate deceit brought closer and closer to the center of power. Perks and access are given to those willing to lie and tolerate lies. This creates a culture which becomes an entire way of life. The easy, casual lies, those are a very dangerous thing. They open up the path to bigger lies in more important places where the consequences aren't so harmless. That is a perfect example of, you might as well be, talking about Cheshire there. And Steve and the cult, it's like, okay, you can't break the rules. And something I showed early on as well was, Cheshire effectively saying that if Steve sexually assaulted, sexually harassed her, whatever, who's she going to tell about it? Who's going to believe her?
How many different stories are there of women who have a very similar story about Steve? I'm not going to name anyone, but I can think of at least 5. And then the whole trans thing started over a year ago when he just had some bizarre pronoun discussion on the Non Sequitur show.
Yeah. And he doesn't like using, them, they pronouns.
I think he was trying to form a hypothetical and did it badly. Like, what if using these causes me psychological distress, which I don't know why it would, because most of us do it casually, but...
Yeah. This is a rather revealing one.
So I'm going to be kind of parsing what I say very carefully for legal reasons, but she's sexually harassing her, talking about my penis and talking about her breast size, which, by the way, I have with women that are friends of mine. I have a small group of friends that they all know who they are, that I'm comfortable with, that I will joke around with them like that. They all...
If I'm ever actually assaulted by Steve in some way, shape, or form, who am I going to tell? If I ever actually am uncomfortable by something Steve says, and I'm not okay to be like, Steve, don't say that. Like, if Steve actually starts exploiting me, who am I going to tell? Who's going to believe me? Nobody.
You mean like he did? You mean like that weird statement about playing the game of whose penis is this? That's clipped out there, Cheshire. And maybe you're okay with that, but most of us just thought it was creepy.
Yeah. But, it comes down to, and I left that, I said something very, very similar on, on Twitter, and they just it off, they just pretended it was nothing. And I was just, because I thought, well, let's use a practical example, and, one of the things that happens with misogynists, effectively, often they get away with it because women are less likely to actually say, stand out and say, no, that's unacceptable. Because what happens is, for many women, they just laugh it off, because they know that if they say something, they could be targeted for abuse then. Oh, I was only joking. You're taking this too seriously, and then end up being called all sorts of names. So, there's a, and of course, you don't want to be kicked out. You don't want to be secluded. You don't want to be attacked. So, it comes down to, you don't say anything.
I don't think Earl David Warden and Steve are friends, Sabella, because she said in chat, yep, has convicted rapist friend. I think Steve was just doing clout chasing and forgot to vet his guest.
Yeah. I mean, he was warned beforehand, I've been told, but he was certainly warned during the live stream. And and like I say, I do want to point out, and I should have mentioned this before. And I'm actually making a video at the moment that puts all this stuff together, and I'm going to go do two versions. There's going to be the 15-minute version or whatever, and then there's going to be the 90-second version or something. I mean, it's going to be a very short one, and it's just going to be the punchlines. It's going to be, Steve posted this, use my transgender status against me, you're not my type and I will never date you. Him posting a picture of me as a guy, him lying about it, and then Cheshire saying that the only reason Steve did it was because because Katie claimed that Steve had sexually assaulted Laura when she was a man, which never happened. Sexually assaulted, not sexually harassed, sexually assaulted, which you kind of have to be in close proximity to do that to someone. I mean, it could be argued that, misogyny is an assault. It kind of is, but it can be
careful with that one.
Yeah. I mean, if someone feels assaulted, because here's the thing, assault, if we're talking about someone being assaulted, let's forget about sexually assaulted, someone being punched, okay? That's not assault. That's battery. Assault is being scared that you are going to be physically attacked. That is assault. It is the belief that you are going to be attacked.
Well, I think KJP basically said what happened, and it fits many other stories that I've heard about Steve, so I think it's probably true. And Steve just wasn't watching what he was doing because he was essentially in a workplace setting and forgot, don't do this, and he thought he'd be safe because it wasn't recorded. And then I love his defense that it's like, if Bullion says it didn't happen, it didn't happen. If you listen to him carefully, Bullion actually never says he was there when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And
Bullion says that he never heard it. Well, yeah, of course he never heard it because he wasn't there at the time. It was between, the pre-stream bit being started and the Bullion turning up and then them saying, right, let's go. So it was the pre-show stuff. Let's get everything organized, get everything, sounds good, sound settings right, okay, let's go. It was that stuff.
But I do wish Bullion luck on his disability claim because that's hard to get in this country.
I don't know anything about Bullion with that.
Listen, I've consumed far more of Steve McRae's content than any sane person should.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, one of their favorite little things is what about Bull, because it's always, he was the producer, which was basically he was given a little job to keep an eye on the screen shares and stuff, and that's fine enough, But the what about Bull? Yeah, what about Bull? The guy that came up with the Gary Ridgway thing, So, yeah, those are Steve's friends, by the way, and Steve just tried to blame it on people like me, or those people, those TST people. He's thinking. They were involved in getting G-Man fired from his job. Like, no, we commented on what was going on at the time, and I've got a video showing that the reality of the situation is that my friends were saying, "Don't do that." The whole room was, "Don't do that," with the exception of one person. And, the nearest you get to anybody agreeing with the other person is, yeah, it was a matter of time before someone did something, but don't do that. Oh, and of course, another thing, what about Bull? Obviously, because Bull it has autism. Therefore, they can't be ableists against autistic people.
They've been telling me, or they were telling me, I was severely mentally ill for weeks.
Yeah. Well, that's you see, that's Steve's other one, because Steve has 4. I actually created a little picture, a bingo card, because generally he has 2 ways to just dismiss people, out of hand. Because, like I say, Steve really doesn't deal with people. He doesn't deal with what they claim, what their criticism is. He just says, "Oh, they're just trolls." So he has 4 primary ones. I mean, they're all variations of the same thing, effectively. But so everyone seems to fit within this category. I mean, if you look at that Steve being an arse, dismissing criticism on that math thing, that's all stupid. You're just dumb.
Yeah.
That's what that is. The troll, they're just trolls. They're just smear merchant. They're just harassers. They're just cyberbullies. Again, that's under the troll category.
Well, but 3 divided by 3 does not equal 0.999 repeating, though. Because what I think he keeps forgetting, and maybe there's some calculus. Wait
a minute. Isn't
why
it
am I arguing this? I don't care.
Hang on. Isn't it 3.333 reoccurring?
3 divided by 3 is not 0.999 reoccurring. Because he keeps forgetting that the 0.666 repeating is not actually 2/3, it's an approximation.
Yeah.
2/3 is the actual value.
But yeah, some form of ableism, that's another one. And he does that to me all the time with the, she's got Asperger's, therefore, no good at social cues. And it's like, I'm perfectly fine with social cues 90% of the time, probably more than 90%. Occasionally things don't go right and I get a bit thrown by it. But, I got 46 years worth of coping strategies behind me.
Well,
I'm generally fine at it.
That wasn't just targeted at you.
I've got it under ableism. There it is. So these are examples of Steve. Laura lacks common social cues and doesn't understand what having an actual friend is like. Seriously?
No. Sorry.
Fuck off. Fuck off, Steve. I have lots of friends.
Say, Steve, I'm pretty sure all your friends are on the internet. All right.
You see that? I mean, the thing about it is, you could say that about Steve, but then again, you could say that about me. I have agoraphobia. I don't go out very much. Okay? Most of my friends live, over 1,000 miles compared to under 100 miles. So, like I say, I generally, I don't get out much. I don't have a lot of a social thing. My social life is going through the internet. This is exactly what Jade did as well. So, I can understand. I can empathize with Steve. Because if you think about it, he's a lonely guy in a tiny room in a house shared with 5 guys or whatever it is. I don't know whether there's 5 of them in total and there's another 4 guys, or he's number 6. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Either way, most of his life is on the internet. The next he has to a day-to-day social life with actual real people is maybe answering the door to the mailman, or the guy who sells it, or the lady, or whatever, the person who sells him his lobster egg rolls. Coffee. I mean,
that's still social interaction, but
yeah, but like I say, I can empathize with the fact that he's a bum with no life, and as a result, he lives it through the internet.
And a lot of us live through the internet now, but
yeah,
very rude to presume he's qualified to comment on a condition he doesn't have.
Yeah, well, he's qualified to talk about atheism when he's agnostic.
And certainly, they must teach a lot of things at the Knoll Atomic Power School in Florida.
So, yeah, but like I said, here's another one. We have tried to tell people this many times. Laura is another one where no means no doesn't seem to resonate with her. We realised along so she doesn't process things well, and we backed away from her in a group 4 years ago. She still won't let it go. It wasn't 4 years ago. That's for a start. But, again, it's still, she does not process things well.
Well, Steve could be in a better place if we had universal basic income, too.
But the problem here is that, it's an example of hypocrisy. No means no didn't apply to Katie when he was harassing her for 11 months, and she kept saying, stop, just stop, leave me alone. No, he didn't leave her alone. He harassed her for 11 fucking months. So it's an example of hypocrisy at the same time.
Yeah, I think I've heard the recycled arguments against him for Katie when he was like looking at my channel and saying it's like, oh, she has 300 videos. They must all be about me because I'm so fascinating. It's like, well, no, Steve, you were just the most popular content on my channel.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I think Laura has very, very possibly have. Oh gosh, I think Laura very, very possibly has difficulty reading, learning, and comprehending things. Not a slight against her. Really? Fuck off. But it isn't an excuse when she says some 4 years being astronomical shitlord spewing complete BS because she lacks social cues and concepts. That's utter bullshit.
Steve?
I understand things perfectly well. I probably read more than Steve does.
I don't always get social cues because I'm on the spectrum too, but over the years, these are skills you can learn.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, people on the spectrum can learn these things because they often recognize there is a deficiency. People like you need to engage in introspection to realize that they have a problem.
Hi, Leanne. Thank you for joining. And hello, how are you doing? So, Laura, you would run rings around him on your worst day, girl. How dare he? Yeah. The thing about it is, I'm pretty good at pattern recognition. So I'm very good at asserting myself. And I've got a quick mind for it, if that makes sense. I think it's actually it's something that I trained myself to do for lols. Because me and my little brother, it's 15 years between us. It's 14, nearly 15, a couple of months. But we have this little fun game we play called Insults to the Death. And the rules are simple. It's basically you got to insult each other as creatively as possible. But if you swear, you lose because you couldn't think of anything better to say. So you've got to sort of pull stuff, out of nowhere as an insult. So, I'm good at puns. I'll hear something and it'll like, yeah, that'll pop up something. But I mean, something Red said, because I had a bit of a thing a couple of years ago, and I left for a couple of months, about 3 months, 4 months, maybe more, I can't remember. But I had a fallout with someone, and I was really upset. I only kept in contact with 3 people, and that was Reds, Hogtie, and Fiona. That was it. And Jade as well, sorry. And so, I just didn't pay attention to the Great Debate Community stuff, because I was upset, and it was like, nah, the person I was upset with will be around, and that'll upset me to get, so I'm just out of it. And, it's one of the things that Red said to try and say you should stay in the community was that I've got a good nose for bullshit, shall we say? I can see bullshit a mile away. And it's true. I have got a good bullshit detector, which is why I'm able to criticize Steve so effectively, because it's like, wait a second, this thing he's saying there, that kind of contradicts something he was doing last year or last month or last week, or, things like that. I started in the trans community, he says. No. Nadia is trans, but Nadia's hangouts were all about great debate stuff. So he didn't start in the trans community. What was he joining? What did he think he was joining if he started out in the trans community?
Steve, when you're ready to come out, there are people who will support you. Not me, but other people.
Yeah. What do you go looking for if you're trying to be a part of the trans community? Yeah, it's quite easy, Liam. The reason why he does that is because it's exactly that I've got black friends. I can't possibly be racist. I started out in a hangout with a black person. A black person ran the hangout, so therefore I can't be racist. And
I do love the way
I have black friends.
Sorry.
So go on.
I was just saying, I love how South Park dealt with their own tokenism. Do you know what they named their token character? Token.
It's basically, he knows, when he says I started in the trans community, he knows what he did was turfy. He knows that he took a picture of me as a guy and posted it on Twitter saying, "This is Laura." And that was exactly the same shit transphobes do. So the only way he can get out of that is to say, I can't possibly be transphobic because I have I have friends who are trans. I started out in the trans community because Nadia is trans and I went into her hangout. That was where I started out. And it's like, yeah, but Nadia's hangouts were all about great debate stuff. It wasn't about trans stuff. That Nadia is trans is irrelevant to the topics that were talked about in there.
He was trying to win argument points, and I don't know if he understands why tokenism is bad or why it's generally seen, especially as it usually is with Steve, followed up with a transphobic comment. And I have something to share there if you care to share it, but
give me a second.
Wasting my time doing Python programming.
It's yours. Okay. Do I get to screen share your stuff?
Yeah, you can do that. You've done so. It's just.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. Wasting time. I did an internet drama generator, and look at the bottom one there. That's the one that came up on day 4. I forgot I even added that. I don't know if you can see it, but the drama that will happen on that day with Steve McRae booming.
And
apparently it's a lot easier to see on Ubuntu than it was on Windows for whatever reason.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like...
Oh, sorry, go on.
Steve sorry. Forgive me, I'm bad at this. I'm not interrupting, but Steve knows all the right things to say. He just doesn't care to put them in practice. It's not like he screws up like we all do. It's like he doesn't care. As long as he thinks he can hurt someone, and you might want to...
How do you undo it?
The screen share.
How do you undo it? Remove?
Yeah, just remove it. It's not that important at the moment.
Okay.
As long as he thinks he can hurt someone, that's the way to do it, especially if he's irritated. And that's what the whole thing with posting the pre-transition picture of the trans woman is about. And he's not like, he doesn't think it's like, oh, this is a highly transphobic act, and I have a history of other transphobic acts that are going to cause people to make me think I'm transphobic, which, Steve, isn't that huge a crime, for heaven's sakes.
The thing about it is, and it's something you've mentioned. I think it is that he needs to tell people. He needs to ask the whole panel. I'm an honest person, aren't I? I think Exiled enjoys watching that one. That every time he's got multiple people, it's only a matter of time before he basically needs to ask the panel, I'm an honest person, aren't I? I don't lie, do I? That kind of thing. Because if he gets everyone to tell him, then maybe he'll believe it himself.
Maybe, or I think Steve knows how to put on a show, essentially. And I also think he knows how to be deceptive while telling the truth.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, come.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
I mean, I've seen a lot of things that aren't necessarily presented honestly, but a lot of what he's saying to lead up to the big lie is correct.
Yeah. What was I going to say? I've forgotten now. But I'm filling up my juice because I'm dry again.
Ooh, ow. I don't know if that's a tooth or it's an EDS thing. I think maybe I moved the jaw out of joint a little.
Oh, right.
Which I'm sure he'll be looking up and probably saying, it's like, she has erectile dysfunction. It's like, well, probably because I'm trans, but that's not what EDS stands for in this context, boomer.
Well, that was one of the things that if you see the start of my video earlier, you might want to go and rewatch it, watch the start. But it's a long video, though. Sorry. Anyway, he... Cheshire decided that she was going to look how often I speak about Steve. Because, like I said, that at times I don't look at Steve's stuff for a couple of, for weeks at a time, which is true. I got other stuff that I do, so I don't look at it. I don't go on Twitter for like several days.
And then
if I do, I might look at maybe a dozen posts and then turn it off because I got other stuff to do. Because I know, I kind of have a bit of an addictive personality. That if I could easily lose a day on Twitter. I could sit there all day and catch up with all the stuff that I haven't seen yet. And it will, and between me responding and then it's, one might lead to some article on, Pink News or something. And so I end up reading that. And then there's another one. Oh, let's have a look at that one. And then there's another one. And so, 6 different, pages later, I go back to Twitter and then I scroll through and I find something else and I go and look at that. I can lose a day just sitting looking at Twitter. And there's lots of other things that I need to be doing. As I said, I'm working on some model railway stuff at the moment. I got not just 1, but 2, repainting them, rebuilding them. So stuff like that. I got stuff to do with my day. So I don't always listen to, look at Steve's stuff. I hardly watch any of his hangouts either. Usually I get it because, because I see someone, Sinister Popoise mentions, Steve said something on Twitter. Oh, really? What is it now? And then, or Suge finds a bit where Steve talks more bullshit or whatever, things like that. So Kitty asks, I want to know what Steve McRae is so obsessed with you two and Fiona. Okay, it basically comes down to 2 parts. Number 1 is he has a problem with women. He doesn't like women showing him up. He will go after women. He wouldn't go after Dragnaut. Dragnaut would wring his ass. I don't know if that's a phrase that works in America or Canada or wherever, but basically, rip him a new one might be similar. So yeah, Dragnor would not, he would treat Steve like G-Man. There'd be a stream every day about Steve and Nonsense Today. But, Drag's having enough time with, So, yeah, I agree, Sassy Scousers doesn't like intelligent women. But the other reason is that, Kitty, that we have the goods on him, and he can't stand that. Because effectively what it comes down to, let me give you an analogy. Let's say there was someone who was a convicted rapist, and there are other people in their community who know that they're a convicted rapist, and so will go around telling people if they join their streams, by the way, that guy that's on your channel, he's a convicted rapist. The convicted rapist would really have a problem with being basically hounded by, there's these people who keep calling me a convicted rapist. Why? Because he's a convicted rapist. So, to bring it back to Steve, Steve is a hypocritical asshole, and I have the goods on Steve being a hypocritical asshole for years worth of it. So he can't stand that because he can't get away from his past. That's his problem. He doesn't like people pointing out his past failings and his past assholishness.
Plus, there are skills that each of us are better at that he prides himself on, which I don't think help. I don't think it helps that a long time ago, I also made it into the Navy's nuclear program. Because I think that's a reminder. It's like, hey, this isn't as hard as I make it out to be. And I'm not saying it isn't hard to go through the Navy training program. It is not easy. But it's not... You're not a Navy SEAL, dude.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at Tim, NJ Devil. I would also say that when Nadia's Hangouts ended and the Great Debate community split, he was pissed that everyone didn't follow him because people began to realize how shady he was. Absolute great, comment. This is very, this is very true. Steve, Steve relies on people patting him on his back, and he relies on, effectively his. Oh, don't I do that? His ego has, relies, because, like I said, think about the psychology. You've basically got someone who's a bum, okay? He hasn't got a job. He hasn't got a life. Everything that he has is on the internet. And the only way that he can feel, clever and intelligent is by having hangouts and getting, people with PhDs and things like that on there to make him feel good because he can keep up with the conversation. That's it. He lives vicariously on other people. He's a vampire.
The only thing I'm going to object to is that being a YouTuber can be a job. Steve clearly does YouTube as his job.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a job off of YouTube, though, so I think maybe he's forgotten what other people go through. And a lot of us are out of work right now.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if wait, Cheshire has had jobs because other people have said she has. So,
right. I don't know. I don't know enough about her. I don't know what does she have a living? I don't know. Or did she just live at a parent's place and they give her money and stuff? I don't know. But, it's irrelevant, really. I mean, like I say, I'm disabled. I don't have a job. I live most of my life through the internet. Model railway stuff, things like that. So most of my talking to people is talking to people on the internet. And actually, that works out really well for me because, if you think about it, where do you meet people? Well, you either already have a network of friends, or how do you meet other people? You go to the pub or a bar, as you would have in America. Well, you're only going to be having conversations with people that, go to a pub. Well, what kind of people are they? are they just like, hillbillies that don't really care about anything? All they want to do is have a beer?
In Indiana, probably.
Yeah. Isn't that in Scotland? Sorry. Old joke. How long have you both known Steve? Well, I've known Steve for about 5 years. He keeps jumping up in, like every 6 months is a year for him. It's like he's a dog. He thinks in dog years. I don't know what it is, but for some reason he just sort of like multiplies things. So, something that happened 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago, that was 5 years ago. But so, yeah, so what basically, from my perspective, so how I got to find out about Steve. So Steve joined a community that I was in. And, I agree, out to sea. The internet is preferable to the pub because you get to hang out with the people that you have something in common with. So here's my history with Steve McRae. So effectively what happened was, I left comments on YouTube videos for years, used to be involved. I used to leave comments under 9/11 Truther videos. You'll find my comments under loads of those. Anyway, so many of them have been deleted since, which is a shame, really, because there was some really stupid things that people have said. I found it very entertaining. So anyway, so what happened was I was in Manchester one day, and there was this street preacher guy. And I like a debate about, God and religion and stuff. I find that interesting. So I ended up chatting with him, and he was a nice guy, and his name was Jason Burns. And so what happened was we just had a nice chat, a couple of hours. It was an entertaining one. And I went away and thought about some stuff and looked up some bits on the internet. And I went back and challenged him a little bit more. And he talked about philosophy, which is a subject I'd never had any experience with. I mean, I have a logical mindset. And, even when you'd have a conversation, sort of deep philosophy conversation, on like one of Nadia's rooms or whatever, there'd be a conversation like Aussie or someone like that would be in there. And every now and again, I might have to stop people to say, because they'll use a term I don't know. And it's like, when you use that term, what do you mean? And they'll explain it like, okay, right, fine. I'm on the track with you now. Just, effectively, I didn't know the lingo. Oh, you want another one to add?
Don't share that. You don't have to share that.
Yeah, I'll do that one in a second. So, so what happens is, philosophy, and then I find that Jason Burns giving me some stuff to think about. I wrote a couple of bits down, and then I looked them up, and then, it's like with YouTube, you sort of do a search. Oh, there's a YouTube video. Well, they're easy to absorb. So watch the video, and it's like, oh, there's another video. Click on that one. Click on that one. Next thing you know, oh, there he is. Oh, he's got a YouTube channel. Let's have a look. And that's when I discovered he was a maniac. And so on discovering that, I discovered my way onto Fundamentally Flawed After Show. And, I then took part in other places as well. And the community for Great Debate stuff was using Facebook at the time. So it was the Fundamentally Flawed Facebook group. And so Alex Bottom was in there who ran that. And then there were other people around. That's how I met Fiona and JD Kane and lots of other people. Dreadnought came on later, as did MP. But, they were like watching, not really taking part. And then later on, they started to take part. And then we ended up with this newbie guy that joined on. And, and by then we'd started using Google Plus as the hub of activity. So basically you'd have your circles that you would watch. And so you look through your feed and see what they've posted today, basically a lot like Facebook. And because what happened was the Facebook group, there was a bit of a schism in there, because this is what happens in a community. In every community, you have lots of people with, slightly different outlooks. And sometimes, I mean, I'm into model railways. I'm the vice chair of a model railway society, and also, we have a forum. And one of the things I learned in that was sometimes the only thing you have in common is that you play with toy trains, or you're an atheist, or whatever,
or you're trans.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's it. That's all you have in common with them. But in every other way, you're different people, whether it's socially or political or educationally or, outlook or whatever, economically, etc. All these sorts of different things. This is why we have different people who believe different things and take different approaches to things. So, there was a schism and it kind of broke apart. And then, Alex Bottom's like, I'm sick of this stuff. It's just too much stress. And so he left, and he's doing really well now. He's doing much better. And so,
All right.
So then, then this guy called Steve McRae starts turning up in Nadia Hangouts. And then, he ends up joining TST as well. And, then he's like, what, I'm going to start making videos of my own. Because Nadia stopped making videos more often. And so Steve sort of started taking over, doing stuff more often, most nights or whatever. And so, you'd jump on that and have a chit chat about stuff. And, there was always some form of drama going on. And by drama, I mean, it's like, Steve likes to do this thing about TST, Talking Shit Tuesday. That tells you everything about it, except for it doesn't. Talking Shit Tuesday was talking about the stupid shit that had gone on in the community in the last week. That was what it was. It wasn't talking shit. It was talking about stupid shit. Someone said, like, for example, and of course, it's like Steve wasn't above this stuff. When we had what's his name, true empiricism, and DNA dissolves in water, or degrades in water, sorry, and he didn't know the difference between dissolve and degrade, and it's like, well, yes, it kind of does, but it does take like 1.3 million years, which so it's like evolution isn't true because DNA degrades in water. And he just went round and round and round and round and round and round. This happened for a year, effectively. And Steve was right in there. He was all over it. You go look on TST and you look up Ronnie or True Empiricism, and you'll find Steve's icon in there. And, and it's basically, we're just laughing about how he doesn't understand the difference between I forgot what it was now, soluble. I don't know science very well. So
I'm gonna Steve Dolan now.
Yeah, I just want to finish this last tiny bit. So Steve joins the community. He's all over that stuff. And then what happened was, we had this, you could have Google groups on Google Plus. And so he decided he was going to create a group, and he called it the Great Debate Community. And, sort of a number of us raised our eyebrows because, it's like, well, that was something that's, that was something Agent of Doubt coined for the great debate about God and religion and stuff of that nature. And he basically took that and decided to try and turn it into a brand. And it's like, wait a second, you can't effectively steal this name. But, we didn't really give him a hard time because he was on our team. And then it just turns out that he's just a fucking arsehole. Sorry, best as description I can give. And so what happened with Nate, Steve was doing this definition of atheism thing, and Nate wasn't being told. Steve was like, effectively Steve's position was Nate should just shut up and be told what it is. And Nate had different ideas and verbalized it and said, look, Steve is wrong about this. And basically, Steve decided that he had disagreed with Steve too many times, and so he kicked him out. He kicked him off his Great Debate Community G Plus group. And that was the last straw for most of us. I mean, I kind of ditched him as a friend, but it was a hub of activity, so that's the only reason I stayed. And it's like, yeah, screw that, we're out of here. And so a whole bunch of us dumped him. So that's how Steve came about. And all those people that dumped him, he likes to try and say, I left them. And the reality is the opposite. We left his group because we realized that he was never going to change. He was never going to accept criticism, and that was it. So sorry about that. Okay, there you go. Is that just a picture or a video?
It was it was just a picture.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I thought that was a bit more than that. Yeah.
You said that, so.
I must admit, I do have my own sort of version of that, which is.
But I guess ABC wouldn't have had done after-school specials in Great Britain, so.
Yeah, I did create that. Which is really harsh. I don't use the C word very often, but if there's someone that is deserving of it, it's him. And it's based upon the hunt for Red October. But
as to how I became aware of Steve, and I don't think friendship is even possible at this point, because he would have to basically admit he's been wrong about an awful lot. Not to mention the fact that, let's face it, I've been snarking at him for 11 months, almost a year.
It's the same amount of time that he, went after Katie.
I'm sure that's not lost on him, but
yeah.
I guess I became aware of him when R. did that awesome debate, and debate is stretching the word there, with Kent Hovind about evolution.
Do you know, when it came to the Non Sequitur show, I didn't watch it because Steve was on it. By then, fuck that guy kind of thing. So I only ever actually watched 2 episodes, and that was Aaron Ra versus Kent Hovind, and Aaron Ra versus G-Man, and that was it.
But when it was worth watching, it was Kyle and Steve. Not Kyle or Steve and someone else, but Kyle and Steve.
Yeah, like I say, I never watched it because I just don't like Steve, and it's just, I think what it is, it's the egotism.
Well, Steve has been accusing Kyle of being a narcissist for over, I don't know how many months now, and it's like, well, yeah, maybe that's true, but first of all, I don't think he is, and secondly, it's like, you keep accusing us of everyone on the other side of doing a fraudulent fundraiser for Kyle Curtis, when some of us actively actually said we're not going to donate to this fundraiser, and I actively tweeted out other useful fundraisers.
Yeah, I didn't get involved in that. I mean, like I say, when it comes to the Non Sequitur show stuff, I really hardly said anything about it. My position has always been that, they set up this thing as a partnership thing. Because I remember when I was still on talking terms with Steve, before he was a jerk to my friend Hillary. It's like, oh, yeah, I've got this guy who's going to invest in me. We're going to be doing this new show thing. I was like, oh, great, good luck with that kind of thing. So that was, and then by the time that started, it was after I realized that he was a shit. And, it was sort of parallel to the time just before the Great Debate Community G Plus stuff all fell apart. And the thing, what was amusing about it was how after just like a matter of weeks, that his live chat, you didn't know anybody in the live chat. They were all some newbie, 15-year-old or something that, was new to it, So the live chat was full of strange people. Whereas when when the Great Debate Community stuff was going on, the live chat before Steve basically split it into pieces, the live chat was full of Fiona and Drag and Nate and occasionally even me. His live chat was going with people in the community, and then suddenly, he pisses us all off. We don't support him by, even going watching his stuff, and so we're certainly not going in the live chat. And so all his live chat is who? Nobody knew who any of these people are, even today. So,
unfortunately, I knew who Red's rhetoric was. I wish I didn't, because the guy's an asshole.
oh yeah, Reds is an asshole. He really, really is. But to be honest, the funny thing about it is, he plays this tough, aggressive character on his live streams and stuff like that, but he's actually a really, really weak person. It's kind of sad, really. I think when I met him, that was the thing that was sad about that gathering. The person who I thought was a strong character is actually incredibly weak. When you're in a vehicle and you're going into, there's three of us. It was me, Hannah, and Reds, and we're in this minivan which was full of nobody because nobody wanted to travel with him. And it was just me, and it was him and Hannah, and I needed to sit on the front because I got big legs. And so he's driving the car, and his other hand is behind him, holding Hannah's hand the entire time.
That's not safe.
No, not just safe, but just kind of weird as well. It's like, what? I mean, I just didn't understand that. It's almost like the mother, the child who has to hold mum's hand all the time because otherwise they'll get lost. It's just, yeah. You're right. He's not a keyboard warrior, but he is a gobby, mouthy warrior. He talks tough on the internet, but actually he's incredibly weak as a person.
People have told me I'm snarky. I'll probably be somewhat less snarky if you ever meet me in real life.
Hmm.
But I'm not going to stop being snarky.
Hmm.
Particularly something stupid I can make fun of. But
yeah, I mean, as Dynacat says here, I didn't like Steve by then, so I never watched it. Because he just makes me angry. Effectively, watching him makes me angry because it's all projection and like I say, living vicariously off other people. Steve is a user. He'll effectively use them to aggrandize himself, to make him feel important and special. And I mean, this is he was great with Nick Suter because Nick Suter was a clever guy, and so therefore he could live through him. And then Nick Suter realized he's an ass as well and dumped him, and now Steve is just really, really horrible to him. It's pretty sad.
Which is a shame because Nick Suter damaged his reputation with several people defending Steve.
Yeah. Okay, so tell Sensible Voice how witty, snarky us Scousers are. Speak for yourself. I'm not a Scouser. I live in Manchester, but I'm not from Manchester. My parents were in the Air Force. The first 17 years of my life was living all over the place. Wherever I left my hat, that's my home was, pretty much the thing. But yeah.
What's a Scouser?
Scouser is someone who is from Liverpool.
Oh.
There's also Scally, which is the Manchester version, which is Scallywag. But yeah. it's yeah, Scousers are really sarcastic. Oh, I do have a funny thing for you. This made me chuckle.
Hoosier is a really weird word, though, and I do not accept my label as a Hoosier. I don't care what the Hoosiers think.
Right.
Unless, of course, I attend Indiana University, in which case I really am a Hoosier in that case. But I just love the local attitude after I moved here. It's like, oh yeah, you're correcting that birth defect. You're a Hoosier now. It's like, have you looked around Indiana? It's not that great a place.
What's that one?
And strangely, our laws are much different than they are in the rest of the UK because we can have guns. Not only do we have this weird-looking flag and this silly accent.
Okay, I've got a quote for you. This is Anti-Ordinary. About a week and a half ago now, I think it was, and her dog was whining, and so she just blurted out something that just sounds so funny, and I've got to. I'm guessing you'll be able to hear it. I don't know whether it comes through my mic. Anyway, let's give it a try.
Do you know I was telling you, Fiona, yesterday? Shut the fuck up.
I burst out laughing when I listened to that. That was so funny. She's basically talking to Fiona. I was telling you, Fiona the other day, and then she's like, "Shut the fuck up," to a dog whining. Oh, it made me chuckle. Now I've got this one here. Oh, go on. Sorry.
Obviously, things between Demi and I aren't that great because she was going out of her way, and yeah, things got out of hand because there were a lot of extreme, I don't want to call them social justice warrior types. Like when I had her on, it's like, oh, she's like this, and this. And I had to track it down and figure out, it's like, okay, yeah, she is a little bit of a trans medicalist, but the claims that she was a fascist are a bit exaggerated.
Yeah. Okay, I've just found another one because like I say, I'll take a screen grab or something, a screen grab or an audio grab or a video grab. And this one is Steve's typical projection about projection. I can't remember what this one is.
Supporting a fraudster and a con man and fraud. Exactly. These people have one thing in common, all of them. They always project what they do onto other people who don't do them. That is those things. That is the one thing.
I like how a few months ago he called me a fraudster, and here he is supporting a fraudster. Wow.
The amount of projection is so
huge,
lovely
right?
from that side.
Damn. Also,
And like I say, the entertainment. These people, they always accuse the people that they're saying, and then when they do it themselves, let me play that again.
Supporting a fraudster and a con man and fraud.
Exactly.
These people have one thing in common, all of them. They always project what they do onto other people who don't do them. That is
I mean, it's like, really, Steve? I mean, that's projection about projection.
Thank you, Celsius Geyser. I saw the comment. And I would also like to point out, Steve, something you've missed in all of this. None of us think Kyle was a great person.
No.
Well, most of us don't. Some probably did. The problem is, most of us think you're worse. That should tell you something.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about it is, I think a lot of people who gave to that fundraiser thing for Kyle, which was basically him trying to get a legal defense because he'd spent the money, I think really, they did it because Steve's a dick and they like the idea of Steve being pissed off that Kyle got money for, you know what I mean? I can imagine people doing it just for that reason.
Oh, yes. And most of the people, going back to that whole Python thing that was going down, at no point did Steve ever prove Kyle forged any documents.
Yeah, I mean, I really can't say, but one thing we do know is that, neither Steve nor Ruhif are what was it again? What was it again? Forensic analysis.
Digital forensic.
Yeah, digital forensic analysis. No, that none of them are. Oh, they can pretend all they want, but really, no. Someone said earlier that I've got a nice voice. Thank you. I do struggle with my voice. I still sound too male in my head, but it's a lot softer than it used to be. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Steve, people donated to that GoFundMe just to piss you off.
Yeah. I mean, I must admit, I did have a little chuckle inside when I discovered that Kyle managed to raise the amount he needed before Steve managed to get a similar amount. Or was it a lesser amount? I can't remember. But whatever he was claiming for, Kyle got quicker than Steve got for what he was claiming for. And it just... I mean, if Kyle did forge those documents, he's a bloody idiot.
Also, I promise you're going to love it, but then if you use the non sequitur artwork that's owned by Kyle Curtis again, because I can't wait until you get that copyright strike. Because I happen to know who owns the rights now.
Oh, right. Okay.
Kyle Curtis.
So what the rights to what?
All right, you know about the copyright thing. So someone reached out to Kyle Curtis to buy the rights to Kyle Curtis's art that was used on the Non Sequitur show.
Oh, okay. I see.
And yes, they did it just so they could copyright strike Steve.
Oh, wow.
I'm not going to tell you who it was, and I'm probably giving out too much information to begin with.
Oh, well, thanks very much, Leanne. I think it was you that mentioned it earlier, I think. I mean, it's a lot softer than it used to be. I mean, I don't do this very often anymore, and it's actually amazing how easy it was for this voice to become my normal voice, rather than the voice I had before. And it's almost like it's almost like the muscle memory kind of thing. It's on a similar kind of level. You just get so used to doing it that it just becomes normal. So here's what I used to sound like before. So it used to be louder and harder, and you can hear more gravel in the back of the throat kind of stuff. And I haven't spoke. This is the most. See, I'm now slipping back into the softer version again. That's the most amount of speaking like I have before. That I've done in a year.
Let's see. I know I need to work on my voice, but my voice used to be more like this. And I guess it still is that way sometimes, but...
Wait a minute, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I probably haven't been doing it lately just because keeping up the new voice is so exhausting. I would probably need to get voice coaching. And let me see if I can get down into that register. It was more projected, I guess.
Right. I'll do it right now.
But if you see me snickering, I'm reading something in the comments, and this isn't my channel, so I can't feature them.
Right.
Or not my StreamYard, and I need to pay StreamYard, but it's just been such a crappy year. Oh, and if anyone saw the comment earlier and are wondering, my name is Lara.
Yeah, my name is Laura. My actual legal name. It's one of the videos that I did in February last year. So I'm nearly a year into this being my full name all of the time. Wait a minute. So it's almost 2 years, rather. Because it was 2019, 2020. Yeah. So, excuse me. So this is nearly 2 years. I'm almost 2 years into changing my name. Special day for me. It was really, really good. Lara, I've just sent you a link on Twitter private one, private message, which is a voice coaching thing. I did a voice coaching exercise with the LGBT Foundation in Manchester last October, and I learned a lot from that, especially body language. And so, yeah, that's the stuff that I learned. So it's good. It's good to work with.
Well, the Kinsey Institute, which is in Bloomington, Indiana, oddly enough, used to offer that for free, but I don't think they do anymore. Also, Bloomington is like 67 miles away.
Mm.
And it takes more time to get there than it takes to Indianapolis because you can't go. I guess it would be motorway in your country, but they're interstates in this country. There's not an interstate connection between Terre Haute and Bloomington.
Yeah, I got a fun picture for you because 2020 has been pretty ropey, and it was this one. I thought that was funny when I saw it the other day. Happy solstice, the shortest day of the longest fucking year of our lives. That did make me chuckle. I mean, it's had a big impact on me because my transition was just starting. So just so you know. In the UK, assessments for being transgendered is highly medicalized, stupidly, and unfortunately, the waiting lists are incredibly long as well. So, in December of 2018, I went to my doctor's and I asked him to refer me to a gender identity clinic. So the end of December, which was when I was put on the list at Leeds Gender Identity Clinic. So they sent me a letter, and it's like, please phone us up for a screening call. And a screening call is where they find out what you want effectively. It could, I have sort of said it's like screens out the time wasters. I don't mean time wasters. It's more a case of their time is incredibly limited, and there's so many people that need it. So what they do is they, it's like, okay, how can we help you? And if you've got someone who's not sure and they're still trying to think about it, they're still, mulling it over. It's like, okay, well, our resources are limited, but what we'll do is we'll, send you some information and have a think about it. There's people to talk about as well, some people in your area. So have a think about it. And if you need our help, come back to us, go to your doctor, ask to be referred again, and we'll sort something out. That's largely what they do. So for me, obviously, this is something that I thought about for nearly 20 years, because I basically lived 18 years knowing who I was, but not able to live as I am now because of the social stigma. Because, I got on the internet when I was 25 and I didn't know what trans people were, because my reference point for transgender people were drag queens and Rocky Horror Picture Show or a prostitute on a Dirty Harry movie or something, So I didn't have any reference point for me. I knew when I was 7 that I wanted to be a girl, but I didn't really understand it because, they had something in Section 28 in the UK where basically a whiplash, a knee-jerk reaction to the HIV/AIDS crisis of the early 80s meant that politicians were convinced that if children are allowed to discover what gay people are, they'll become gay, and so they'll catch the gay and get this age thing, and so it was just weird, bizarre stuff. So what happened was they passed a law which was basically that they can't teach, so school teachers can't teach, LGBT stuff. They were banned from doing it. And so you effectively had people like me that didn't understand what trans was. They knew there was something wrong, but they had no way to express it. And it was only when I got on the internet at home that I discovered, that's what I am. but I couldn't live it because it was always, what will my mum think? What will neighbours think? What will friends think? What will strangers on the street think, etc.? And so there were too many negatives. And then it was only when Jade died, a member of a community that, and she'd adopted me as a cyber mum because my mum doesn't like this at all. And I said to her a couple of years before she died, that, I wish my mum accepted me for who I am, but she doesn't. And I'll be your mum then, she said. And so she was my cyber mum. I could talk to her about trans stuff that, and
Trans?
Sorry?
I don't think Naughty was trans, but was Jade?
No, Jade was a Catholic lesbian woman.
I was gonna say, these are people I've never met, so
yeah. No, Jade was fantastic. She was incredibly intelligent. She's one of these people that kind of knows everything, because she'll just read something and absorb it, and then she'll just remember it later, which is fantastic. I wish I had that kind of memory. And I used to joke about Jade. Do you remember? Back to the Future 2? And you've got Jennifer hiding in the closet at the McFly residence. And so the son comes in. Sorry?
It's been so long since I've seen the Back to the Future movies.
Okay, well, what happens is the son comes in and he tells the TV, he says, I want, and he gives out 6 or 7, 8 channels or something like that. And he sort of tilts it sideways and watches 6 channels at the same time. And I kind of joked that that's what Jade was like, because, she'll have watched 3 Hangouts, read 2 academic papers, and read 14 articles that day. And it's like, how do you do this? How do you get that amount of information at the same time? Is she actually watching 6 things at the same time and absorbing all of them? So that was my little joke about her. And so I was saying about the trans system in the UK. So it's incredibly... Sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, there are similarities between my story and yours, except, my dad was heavily Mormon. I have no idea why he wanted to join the Mormon church. I think if he'd found out there were other religions that believed in a heavenly mother figure, we probably wouldn't have been Mormon, but I kind of absorbed that it wasn't good to talk about these things. And I didn't know about things until far later, like the BYU electroshock aversion therapy experiments that they tried to cure homosexuality. But I didn't know there was a word for what I was until I saw it on Jerry Springer.
Oh, okay.
That's the best way to learn what you are. On television.
How old were you?
I was in my teens at that point. Back when Jerry Springer was big. He's still around, but...
Yeah. Well, so as I was saying about the screening call thing, so when I had my screening call, I asked, how long will it be for until my first appointment? And she said 18 months. And so that would have put it at May, June, July-ish of 2020. And of course, everything was in lockdown by then. So now, just to give you an idea of how under-resourced they are, so February 2019, I was told it was going to be 18 months. And in by the time it got towards the end of that year, there were the waiting list on the Leeds General Identity Clinic website had gone up to 30 months, 29 to 30 months, which is 2.5 years to just sit on a waiting list before you're seen for the first time. And the way the system works is that, I'll sit on a waiting list and I'll see a nurse, part of the clinic, and then I'll wait for another appointment, and then I'll see a nurse. And when they think I'm ready, Then they'll let me see the general psychiatrist, who will then tell me all the things that I already know about myself, dysphoria and all that kind of stuff. And then it's like, yes, you're transgendered. And then, you can, and then it unlocks levels. And that's when you can sit on an 8-month waiting list to see an endocrinologist before you get hormones. And then you can get voice coaching and laser hair removal and other things. And then after maybe a couple of years after that, maybe you can get surgery if you want it, type stuff. They don't do facial feminization surgery, I believe. They don't do that, which is expensive. So I'll probably never get rid of the chin. Got a rather angled chin. But so like I say, it's kind of ropey. It's awful. And actually, I have an argument that, and ironically, I'd been saying it for a while, and now there's the what was it called? The Good Law Group, I think they're called, and they're looking to do. They're using an argument that I sort of thought of. I don't know if they saw my argument, on Twitter or anything, but effectively, I've argued that. So in the UK, let's say I've got a knee joint problem. So what will happen is I will wait up to 18 weeks. And if the NHS can't see me in that time to see a specialist, so I'll go to my doctor will refer me to a specialist. And after, after up to 8, they're supposed to see you between 18 weeks, 0 and 18 weeks. And if they can't see you in 18 weeks, they will outsource you to a private clinic. So you'll go to Bupa or Virgin Care or whatever, Think about it. Think like the American healthcare system, private insurance companies, a private hospital, whatever. So that, basically they'll outsource you to a private hospital for them to do the assessment. And then after you've had the assessment, you're going to need a new knee joint or something, let's say, So you then sit on a waiting list, and then you wait up to 18 weeks. And if they can't get you in for your surgery in 18 weeks, then they will outsource you to a private clinic. They don't do this in the UK, for transgender people. There is no 18-week wait limit. It's not 18 months. It's, 2.5 years for the first appointment. And then, and then you'll wait until you actually get told, yes, you're trans. And then you'll sit on a waiting list for another 8 months to, as I said, to see an endocrinologist before you can even get hormones. I'm ready for hormones now. I've been ready for them for a year. But, it's one of those tough things. So, yeah. Oh, thank you very much, Sassy. That's really nice. The sad thing is, I'm not a trailblazer. There are many, many people that came before me, and at the moment, I'm basically stuck with a situation where there are, thousands upon thousands of trans people sitting on waiting lists because the government doesn't give resources enough. Because, the NHS is brilliant at pretty much everything. They're a bit rough. They're rubbish at a couple of things. And two of the things that they're rubbish on is mental health stuff. And that's the reason why, if I have a mental health problem, then I'll go to my doctor's and he can give me a sheet of paper, which is a whole bunch of charities. So charities do a lot of the mental health stuff because the NHS is under-resourced.
I have a question.
Sure.
Just that's only tangentially related, because looking at this from, I think you call it across the pond, why is the UK generating so many TERFs?
I don't know. I think a part of it is because it tends to be, a lot of these radical feminists tend to be lesbians, and because they had their own fight in America of gay marriage and all that kind of stuff, that they've become a lot more kind of intertwined into LGBT as a community more, whereas in the UK, people have been fine with LGB people for ages, and it's only now that they're deciding we need to split off. And of course, not only that, the evangelical right in America are buddying up with them, playing the divide and conquer thing. Because if we can split the trans people off, then we can go after the trans people. And of course, the irony of it is, the people that turf, like the LGB Alliance and stuff like that, turf groups, they're hate groups, if they, the evangelical right would quite happily stone them to death in the square if they thought they could get away with it because God said so.
Well, we've got to stop extorting our fundies. That's not helping anyone.
No. But trans are the new gays. If you look at turf arguments, pretty much all of them are exactly the same arguments they used against lesbian, gay, and bi people 30 years ago. For example, lesbians shouldn't be allowed to use women's bathrooms, women changing rooms, because they might molest children. Because being gay equals, pedophile. That was the argument.
Well, we still have republic.com.
Yeah. And the same argument is being used today. Trans people shouldn't be able to use women's bathrooms because they might molest children. Shouldn't be allowed to use the ladies' room because they might molest women. And it's like, no, this doesn't happen. And and it's like, oh well, a guy could pretend to be trans in order to to sneak in. It's like, he can do that as a guy. He doesn't have to pretend to be trans. He just makes sure no one's looking and can go in and do molest someone and then leave.
And what woman hasn't snuck into a men's bathroom when the ladies' restrooms were full?
I don't know.
It happens.
Oh, I know, but it's all so horrible, and and crazy as well. Someone to watch if you watch stuff like that. There's someone called Katie Montgomery, and she does a thing called Turf Wars every week. And, it's basically just stuff that people have said on Twitter, and it's just crazy, stupid arguments that you see. There's just some really awful people. I had a couple who went after me only for, a couple of things, because I just, kicked them to the curb. It's like, oh, bugger off. And they... so I had an amusing thing that happened a couple of months ago. I was at the supermarket. I was coming out, and of course, with the whole social distancing, things like that, you give more space. So there's a lady coming in, and I stopped, older lady, and I stopped to let her go first. And she said, no, no, pregnant women go first. and I laughed, and I said, I'm not pregnant, I'm just fat. And she laughed, and she was like, oh my gosh. I said, don't worry about it. It's funny. I'm just fat. And then she's like, oh yeah, I know, I'm fat too. And then I just said, don't worry about it. Honestly, don't worry about it. Not only that, it makes it even more funny because I'm transgendered. So I couldn't even get pregnant even if I wanted to. And we laughed some more. Well, I tweeted about it, and, and I sort of added a little joke on the end of it. And I just said, that I became pregnant, for a few seconds. And, I was using metaphorical language because in her eyes, I was a pregnant woman. No pregnant women go first. So I became pregnant for a few seconds, kind of thing. And I was using metaphorical language. No, you weren't using metaphorical language. I was like, yes. This is what metaphorical means. It not literally. And I wasn't literally pregnant. So I was using a metaphorical language that for a few seconds that she thought I was pregnant. In her mind, I was pregnant. It's just, and like I say, it was an entertaining thing. I mean, not only did she think I was cis, she thought I was pregnant too. That's about the nearest I'm going to get to being pregnant. So, like I say, it's a funny little story.
Unless we have a lot more advances in biotechnology. But
I think by the time they come out, I'll be too much of an old lady to be able to even, get close to it.
I think I'll be long dead.
Quite possibly, yeah. So, like I say, it's, it was a funny thing. And I've had loads of nice experiences. So, like I say, it was just an entertaining little thing that happened.
And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how much of it is selection bias either, because there have been very prominent UK figures that have been disappointing.
You're right. I talk far too much. Do you know what's funny? Since the Porpoise was making videos about Steve every week, every now and again I go and join in, and they will become 3 times longer than they would normally be. Sorry.
Well, so I was going to say, sometimes Steve doesn't know when to shut up. I mean, there's one that was 6 hours long just because his video was 3 hours long. And when Cheshire and Manya were trying to imitate me, and unfortunately they didn't realize it's you kind of have to be funny to do what I do. You don't have to be very funny. But Manya can't do snark. But they didn't realize it's the more people you bring in, the longer it'll take to review these videos.
You know what? There's a guy, he used to be going under the name Captain Awesomeo. And so him and a couple of other of his friends, went in and they pretended to be, fundies. So, one of them was trying to be a Jason Burns, and, one was trying to be a Kent Hovind kind of thing. I know he wasn't being a Kent Hovind. But
all right.
Anyway, also, there was a guy called Pillbox. So Pillbox, and it was MG62 or 16 or so, I can't remember. Basically, German World War II machine gun, the scary kind of one. Anyway, so Pillbox always had the camera really close to his face because he was using a phone or something, and he always talked really loud. And he always wore sunglasses as well. And so Awesomeo did such a good job of impersonating him. It was probably about 30 minutes before I knew it wasn't Pillbox.
Okay, Marcy M asked a question I want to address, though.
Yep.
No, I do not currently have a partner. For the longest time, I've dated, but it doesn't mean it won't happen again. But for the most part, it's right now, I don't really feel the need. And there's also, it's I have to go out to even meet people. You have the problem of being trans. It's just complicated. And Indiana is not well known for its forward thinking in that area.
Yeah, you would think with it being in Britain that they'd be more forward thinking, but
Well, we're obviously in the backboards part of the UK because I can own a shotgun.
Yeah. By the way, do you want to explain that? Because I've made that joke twice now, and we've got maybe some newer viewers that aren't familiar with that.
Oh, it's just because Steve McRae, when he did, first of all, he loves doing hours of response to it was a 6-minute video, so he has 4 hours of a response to a 12-minute video. And then I get accused of taking his video down in the UK. And I'm the next day I'm where in the hell in the UK is Indiana Steve?
Yeah. This video is not viewable in the UK because it had been struck for whatever.
It's
So,
for defamation.
yeah. So Marcy asked, do I have a partner? No, I don't. I'm asexual, so I don't. It's more. I don't mind the idea of having a partner, but the whole penetration thing is just like ugh, to me. So that's the thing for me. But the idea of kissing and cuddling and sitting on the sofa and watching TV and all that kind of stuff, a partner as, someone to be a partner with, as opposed to the having sex thing. Yeah, I'd like to have a partner, but without the sex. That's effectively it. Yeah.
So she'd be demi-romantic.
Yeah. I fancy women. Don't fancy guys. Certainly don't fancy guys like Steve.
But Steve's
sorry?
Yeah, I couldn't even say that with a straight face.
Yeah. But yeah, like I say, the thing about it is I've always had a hang up about who would want me, because being disabled, I'm never going to be an earner, and the kind of people that are intelligent and smart, they tend to like people who are earners and are going places, and I'm kind of not really going anywhere. So it's like, who'd want me? And the kind of people that wouldn't care are the kind of people that might end up on the equivalent of, like on what used to be Jeremy Kyle or Jerry Springer equivalent. And those aren't the kind of people that I would find attractive. So, there's that. But to be honest, it's really good for me not having a partner or anything, because I can be, the way life is for me right now, I can be completely selfish on my transition. That I live on my own. I've had my own flat since 1993. So as long as I can pay the rent, that's fine. So I've got so I don't have any kids. I don't have a wife. I live on my own. I'm independent in that regard. So I don't have to worry about parents or anything. So I'm actually in a good place.
Well, the UK has a better system than the US does in general, because it's so hard to get disability.
Yeah, it's been hard. It was hard enough for me to get the disability again, because they refused it for me, and I had to take them for. I was about to take them for tribunal, and then they changed their mind. But my friend just had to go to tribunal and won it. So yeah, it's it was a mess. And I had a very nice thing happen recently. So my friend in Plymouth, I mentioned them before. So they sorry?
I've owned Plymouth. It's a Chrysler.
Oh yeah, different thing. So I could maybe do that, Sassy. Anyway, so yeah, my friend in Plymouth, he's more disabled than I am, really. Anyway, so he applied for PIP and they refused him, and so he was living on barely, and he was just squeezing to get by. His mum was helping him a bit financially, and it came to a point where it's like, you know what, because I'd got PIP myself, personal independence payment, a disability payment. So and what happened was, he'd had his assessment in January, and then COVID came along and meant that the tribunal thing was all screwed up. There was no tribunals to be going to. Is Manchester far from Liverpool? It's about 40 miles away. Liverpool is to the east, to the west, and Manchester's to the east. So what happened was I ended up lending my friend £100 a month, a fortnight, sorry. And so that really helped them out of a bind there. So because my friend stays at home a lot, he's a bit of a gamer. And so he spends money on, trying to sort of, if he keeps his head in gaming, playing games, he's not thinking about how awful life is and stuff like that. And, he's got, there's really bad issues in that regard, bad depression problem. Anyway, I don't want to get too much into what my friend's problems are. But anyway, so, by the way, just to...
well, I have a question.
Sure.
It's because of your autism spectrum disorder that you're considered disabled, or?
It's a combination. It's the agoraphobia, it's the Asperger's, and I have a depression problem as well. So just so you can see, that's the UK there. And so there's London down the bottom, and Manchester is here and Liverpool's there. So they're not very far away from each other. Takes about 40 minutes train ride to get between the two.
I was gonna say, my attempts to get disability did not go well. But so right now, I was able to get an associate's degree because of it, which was great when they offered the free college education.
Mm.
And that was partly because something had happened, because a lot of people with autism spectrum disorders also have hypermobility syndromes. And I had a job where it required me to stand in place, so I didn't realize I was locking my knees. So the muscles tightened up really badly, and it was really painful to walk for a while.
One of my biggest ones, I dance. My mum calls it dancing. You're dancing again. And it's where I basically keep changing the weight from one leg to the other. 10 seconds later, I shift to the other leg and then change to the other one. I'm just terrible for it.
So that's why I don't like to pick on Steve too much for not having a job or...
Yeah, I mean, like I say, Steve's situation and my situation aren't a lot apart. The only difference is I've got more than, it's there is an amusing irony that Steve is like, Kyle's going to go to jail. And even if he goes to jail, he'll still have a bigger room than Steve does. So, yeah, Steve's, sort of effectively a dropout in society, much like me. In terms of other people, physically people, he doesn't have a job. I don't have a job. Most of his friends are on the internet. Most of my friends are on the internet. So, it's a thing. Now, that has, I try to stay away from him. Other than saying, look, this is a fact, this is a reality, I tend not to need to bring it up very often because there's so much more you can talk about with Steve.
Yeah, like his philosophy. Thanks to Steve, I know that academic philosophy is the most boring topic on the planet.
It can be interesting if you're talking to someone who is, someone like Ozzy is fine to talk to because you can learn something from Steve. Sorry, try again. You can learn something from Ozzy. But when it comes to Steve, Steve is just showboating effectively. Look how clever I am. So he's more telling people, rather than, helping someone.
It's about posturing himself to be, all right, let's just put it this way, to be the biggest virtual dick.
Yeah, I tell you what, I've got a great idea, a great analogy. And I'm trying to remember what was...
Which surprises me that he and Reds get along because they're both engaging in the same contest, just in different ways.
I can't... I remember now. It was a Star Trek episode. That was it. And it was the one... Do you remember the one where Kyle Riker comes along? Riker's dad?
Oh.
Do you remember that episode at all?
Yes, there are a couple, and his dad
Right.
is.
So you've got, Riker is in his quarters and he's got a picture of his dad. And Worf comes along and, and is like, is that you and your father or something like that? And he's like, is that a fish you're holding? Because he's holding a fish that it looks like he's caught. But the reality is that when he caught the fish, his dad grabbed the rod, took it away from him, brought it in, and then had his son hold it up as if he caught it. That is a lot like Steve. So, Ozzy is the kind of person that would teach someone to fish, and Steve is the kind of person that would just boss someone around.
Well, remember,
or
get
tell
them
them.
fish.
Yeah, you'd tell them how to fish rather
And
than
teach them for a
them.
day. Teach a man to fish, and you get rid of him for the entire weekend.
So, yeah, it's just kind of awful, really. Steve is not a teacher. He's just someone who just tells you, and if you don't get it, you're just stupid.
Or when it comes to my favorite variant of that one is like, build a man a fire, and he'll be warm for a few hours. Set him on fire, and he'll be warm for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
yeah,
it's like, sorry.
Oh, I thought you were about to wrap up, but that was just me.
Oh no! I just keep talking. If
I know. The thing is, he's probably going to say, "It's like I thought you were done with me," and yeah, okay, fine, fair criticism.
But you know what the thing is, though, you can actually change your mind. It's allowed. You're not a politician.
As I've said to him multiple times, and honestly, there's no point in even telling him. It's like he can be better than he is. He just doesn't want to be.
Yeah.
And stop trying to defend your transphobia by saying you have trans friends. If you don't understand why everyone thinks that's a ridiculous argument and mocks you for it, just replace trans with the word black.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure your trans friends don't appreciate being tokenized either.
Yeah, there's Sassy. There's a great one. I showed it earlier. I don't know if you were here then, and it's this one. Let me just turn that off. Steve is using Landon Kurt Knoll to say, "Look how clever I am. Don't argue with Steve. He knows it. He knows it."
Yeah, and knowing a lot of computer programmers, I happen to believe there's a bit of like sarcasm in that statement, even if it wasn't voiced.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh dear me. I mean, Steve has had a go at Fiona really, really bad. With the whole, he lied about Fiona, saying how she's okay with the Catholic Church because Laura's a Catholic.
Yeah, and of course
she won't call out the Catholic Church. Yes, she has.
Yeah, almost every Catholic many Catholics, because I don't know every Catholic in existence, but many Catholics I knew were pissed off about the rape scandals.
Yeah. And it's the hiding of it. And so Fiona has said that she doesn't put a penny in the collection pot every week until they sort out the problem.
Oh, Sassy Scouser, I'm saying he can be better than is only acknowledging the possibility. But a lot of us have flaws we don't see, and I don't believe Steve is the worst human being on the planet. By no means is he the best human being on the planet.
Yeah.
But if he would take the time to do some introspection and realize that a lot of the stuff he's done over the years is actually pretty shitty.
Yeah, he can't do that. He doesn't have the ability for introspection. I've referred to Steve and Cheshire and people like that as internet vampires, effectively. They're social media vampires. You know, they thrive off other people to survive. So, you know, they like, you know, hating other people. Effectively, Steve and, you know, some of his friends, they effectively use other people. If they can only value themselves by comparing themselves with who they hate. That's basically it. And secondly, that they can't see themselves in the mirror.
Yeah, there's no reason to hate me, Steve. My life really isn't any better than yours. In some ways, it's worse because I'm trans.
Yeah. But you know something? I can actually walk away from this and think, you know what? I've been honest too. You know, I don't think anyone could call me a liar or anything because I don't think I've told any lies about anything. Like I did with the video I made today. Because for those who join later, you know, on this live stream bit, the previous picture, so the previous video that I just was doing, I spent ages and ages going through a 15-minute video I think I did about 3 hours at least of a 15-minute video from Cheshire, and I proved every step that she claimed I'd lied about, and I lied about nothing. So
it might be Mercy.
I'm just going to look at that one.
Right.
The very idea any of us condone rape is disgusting. Rapist priests are not the Catholic faith; they're the devil. Steve surely knows them. Now,
well, that's never what it was about.
Yeah.
It was about Steve being called out for what was a textbook case of rape apologetics.
Yeah. And, you know, and the thing is, the problem is that, you know, Steve isn't a rape apologist in the strict sense of the word. I don't think of him as a transphobe in the strict sense of the word. However, he has done shitty things that transphobes do. And that's what I will criticize him for.
My test probably could use some work, but mine is, have they established a pattern of behavior and not shown any particular remorse for it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like sometimes we can just get angry and not think and just make mistakes.
True.
We've all done it. I've done it.
Mm-hmm.
I said something about Manya I shouldn't have, which honestly I didn't think about at the time, but afterwards,
after a bit of reflection, yeah. Yeah, I had a weird thing with Manu about a month or something ago, where she tried to suggest that I was racist because I said you can't educate pork, and it's like, oh, that's racist. Like, why is it racist?
I don't get that one.
Effectively, you know, it's the thing, you can't teach a pig to sing. It doesn't work, and it annoys the pig.
Maybe there's a cultural element I'm missing.
Okay, but you know, her argument was that was racist because apparently there's some kind of cultural thing in India about, you know, it's like, wait a minute, no. No, I don't. I mean, I believe she's an atheist Hindu or something, but you know, either way, how's that racist just to say you can't educate pork? It's just a term that means you can't educate pigs. That's it. And it doesn't mean anything racist at all. Google it. Feel free to Google it and type, you can't educate pork, and see what comes up. And if you look on, I think it's got it on, what's it called? Encyclopedia. Slang encyclopedia. What's it called? I can't remember the name of it.
Dictionary.
Sorry?
Urban Dictionary.
Yes, thank you. Urban Dictionary. You look in there, doesn't say anything about it. So, you know, but she tried to claim that I was being racist by saying this. And it's like, no. You know, and of course, unless she's a Muslim, you can't even get there.
Well,
And
even
even
if,
then, I wasn't saying it because, I mean, what? I don't even know. I don't know where she's from. Didn't even know she was Manya, actually, at the time.
even if you call someone a swine, that's not a racist term. It's
No,
an
well,
insult, sure. It's like,
yeah. Well, ironically, I mean, it goes, you know, it does go back to the Bible. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Has nothing to do with racism, all to do with, you know, the swine will trample you down and you'll get hurt. So, like I say, it's just bizarre. Anyway, most of us would look in the mirror if 100 people calling out your flaws. We would change and learn from our mistakes. Yes, Steve does not learn from his mistakes. He doesn't. He will just dig in.
keep in mind, Steve still has a fairly large following. There are going to be a lot of people calling him out, though, and not all of them are going.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yes, I know 15,000 followers isn't that many, but come on, I have like 340.
Has he really, really dropped now?
Oh, I only count as legitimate followers.
Oh, right. Yeah. See, I don't actually subscribe to any of them. You know, because I don't look at them all the time. So what I've got, and people may have seen in the live stream I did earlier, I just have bookmarks. So I've got atheism, I've got fuck ups and friends, and I've got one for Steve McRae because there's just too much to put in, you know, one thing. So it was easier. He was in my fuck ups for a while. And it's got G-Man and Shani and True Empiricism and, you know, people like that. So, yeah. But, like I say, just, you know.
Well, the whole thing about, you know, calling her a drunken McDonald's worker was racist. I don't know where she's getting that one, because I worked for McDonald's.
Okay.
People all over the world work for McDonald's. It's an international corporation.
Yeah, how's that racist? I don't understand.
And it wasn't about her being a McDonald's worker, because McDonald's is not a bad company to work for.
I'm gonna address this one. Now, as I said before about veterans, because Cheshire tried to say, "Oh, I had to go at a veteran." It's like, what's that got to do with anything? Veterans can't be arseholes. Same applies to Canadians, I'm afraid. There was a guy called Rand Campbell, and he was a massive arsehole. Although, you know, I sort of got grabbed him, you know, and showed what he was like as well. He didn't like that. You know, that was funny, because what happened was he had a debate. So Rand Campbell is he's a con man, basically. That's his best description of his job. He's a con man. And he conned people into believing he was a Christian. And what happened was he ended up having a conversation with Alex Botton on Alex's channel. And Alex asked him what John 3:16 is. I mean, it's the Christian mantra, isn't it? You know, I'm an atheist. I know that. You know, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. Sorry?
It's John 3:16. I think everyone knows it if they're in a largely Christian country.
Yeah. So, well, to be honest, they don't really do that stuff much here. We really don't, you know, unlike American football, we don't have people at soccer stadiums holding John 3:16 up. We just don't have that. That's just not a thing. You know, we don't have Tim Tebow with like something written on the black bits under his eyes. We don't have that either. It's really, really weird for someone to be overtly religious, because, you know, and I think really it comes down to we have had, you know, we had several hundred years worth of Christians and Catholics fighting with each other over the throne. And it still goes on a little bit in Northern Ireland, where, you know, it's Catholics versus Protestants and never the twain shall meet. And they still kind of hate each other, even though they're not actually blowing each other up anymore. Most of the time.
I think the U.S. is... Well, in many ways, is 100 years behind Britain on some things, especially when it comes to religion and social issues.
But because we had all those bloody centuries of killing each other over the throne, we've kind of turned we've kind of embraced this idea: if you're religious, fine. If you're not religious, fine. As long as you're not in someone's face about it, nobody cares. Effectively, it's if you go to a dinner party, don't talk about politics or religion because it doesn't go well. Well, okay, we might do politics, but religion, it's a personal thing. Fiona is one of my best friends in the world. Okay? I disagree with her on her religious belief, but she has it and it works for her. And as long as that is, and that's fine. We have lots of other things we talk about than that. But it is nice to hear her explain her faith position. Like I say, I don't agree with it, but it's nice that she has one and it works for her.
She's also been very helpful about trying to break down some information about the COVID-19 vaccines.
Oh, yeah, Fiona's fantastic on things like that. Fiona and I and Jade did a video some years ago about vaccines. It's a really long video. It's about 4 or 5 hours long. And the only reason is because Tommy Hall came in, and after doing like an hour or something, going through how easy they are, things like mumps, measles, rubella, and smallpox and things like that, so easy to spread, that why vaccines are good, and the reasons why all the claims that they say about having thimerosal and mercury and formaldehyde and all that kind of stuff is just nonsense arguments. But we go through all that stuff. And at the time, to be honest, I did the job of Boolinator, ironically, because what happened was I would do the screen shares, because both Fiona and especially Jade live kind of out in the middle of nowhere kind of thing. They live in the outskirts, villages and outside of towns. So their internet connection wasn't very good. And so, like Fiona's, if it was a bit windy and the wire was moving around, she'd get weird internet, that kind of thing. Anyway, so what happened was, when you're trying to concentrate on a presentation you're trying to give,
did you have satellite internet?
Sorry,
it's just like when it was windy. Just wondering, did you have satellite internet? I mean, that might be...
No. Effectively, what happened was, at one point, she had a bad connection in the cables on the poles outside. And so what happened was, if it was a bit windy, it would be a bit more loose than normal, making a more intermittent contact. And eventually it was fixed.
Sorry, folks, I'm an IT person, and that was just where my mind went.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So anyway, so what I would do is I would do the screen share, because it took the resources away from them having to do it from their computer on their iffy connection. And on top of that, it was easier for them to do a presentation and just say, next slide, please, or whatever, And so that's what I would do. And my secondary purpose was to ask layman questions, because I don't know science. I am, quite ignorant on science, sadly. And so I was effectively a buffer to prevent them going to techno, getting too nerdy. So I might ask a question every now and again, just so, to keep them grounded and not go too highbrow above people's heads. Because the idea was to appeal to, the layman. So, and I did that a few times. The last one that we did was about HIV. And ironically, I was doing the hosting that time because it was a topic that I thought was interesting. And really, it came down to this weird misconception that a lot of religious people have that that HIV came from the gays. And the reality is it came from bushmeat in Africa.
Monkey brain specifically, I believe.
I don't know. I believe it was blood-to-blood contact. And, you know, either being scratched by a monkey that had it, because there's a type of bonobo, I think it was. Chimpanzees and bonobo have, you know, are natural carriers. And so the, you know, the DNA code or whatever it is, they basically were able to track it back. And it went all the way back to like the 1920s. You know,
HIV
it went through
RNA virus.
Yeah, HIV, yeah. So, and they tracked it all the way back to Africa because it came out of colonialization. And then, you know, ended up getting to Haiti and ended up getting to America.
A lot of
through gay tourism.
A lot of people in the United States still see being gay, or rather see AIDS as a punishment for being gay.
Yeah. And it's because they don't know the reality on this stuff. So, yeah.
Well, I think that's because it was first noticed in the gay community.
Mm.
And then it's like, I remember a lot of people had blood transfusions and died, but a couple of people just didn't get sick at all, and they were wondering why. And eventually I found out, oh, hey, they have this mutation. And then they traced the mutation back to when the last time this type of mutation would have been helpful.
Mm.
And if they have 2 copies of this gene, the people are immune to the Black Plague and HIV. If they have 1 copy, they're more resistant.
Let's have a look. There was a funny thing in the very first episode because the name of it was The Science Bitches, or It's the Science Bitches. And it calls it, you know, It's the Science Bitches. You know, that was the way it was. But, you know, and so I was on the first episode. And or was it the second? I think it might have been the second. Anyway, and you know, at the end of the show, I was asked if I had anything to say, and I said, "I'm going to quote Ozzy, I'm nobody's bitch," and everybody laughed. And of course, ironically, you know, so it was entertaining.
Now Ozzy has problems of his own. But...
No. What happened was. I can't remember who it was now. Someone demanded that Ozzy should get in, and Ozzy's like, "I'm nobody's bitch. Who do you think you are, trying to tell me how, you know, where I should be," kind of stuff. So,
Dark, I'm an American, and I'm telling you, America sucks about certain things.
Okay, here is that's the link for Fiona's hangout on vaccines and things. You know, and like I say, Tommy came in later.
I don't know if you know, but that is actually, I don't know, does that work against YouTube terms of service?
What?
Yeah, I think it's fine in chat, though.
What?
I think it's only a problem if you use it on stream. It's a word that's not a big deal in England and Australia, but it's a rather offensive term in America.
Oh, what, bitches?
No. Look at Darth Aardvark.
Oh, the C word?
Yeah.
Ah, right. Yeah, it's... I mean, I don't know, Darth Aardvark, maybe Australian.
He said he was an American, though. But...
Okay. Yeah, I don't use the C word very often. I try and stay away from it. I don't use it very much. You know, that picture of Steve that I did, the kind of Red October, you know, that was a tough one for me, but, you know, I did wince doing it. You know. But, yeah, that video, definitely worth a watch, especially if he's, you know, if you get people that are, can't stand the whole vaccination stuff, which is the thing that's going to be coming, again because of the COVID thing. Oh, I refuse to take the vaccination. Well, let's hope you don't die then.
Well, I hope enough people get it so it's not a huge issue.
Yeah. But, yeah. The,
I'm only pointing it out because it could cause issues for Laura's channel. And I could be wrong.
yeah. I mean, like I say, I'm not, I think of this as a troll now. I could start deleting those. I think that might be an idea. Yeah.
I don't know. If you're going to troll, at least be funny.
Okay, they've disappeared from the live stream now. So, wait a minute, no. Okay, so it's basically let's hate on them on America.
I was going to say, I've been harsher on America than you have.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, look, America's great in many ways, and it's shitty in other ways, and many ways as well. Just like the UK. There are arseholes and stupid things all over the place. So, Yeah. Sorry, Sassy. Sorry. But, what was I going to say? Oh, that's right. On the vaccination thing. So, okay, look, here's the thing. People can, there's a guy I watch on YouTube called Angry Aussie, and he made a video, and it's like 10 years ago now. And he said something which I've repeated multiple times. It's a great quote, and and it's people who use any epithet against you, then in fact, I'll read out the quote. So, I get faggot or gay or something hurled at me multiple times every day in comments. It doesn't bother me because, well, let's see. Either it's got to be true, in which case, how could it bother me? Or it's not true, in which case, how could it bother me? People who use faggot or kike or any kind of epithet as an insult, they're not saying anything about the person they're delivering it to. They're only saying something about themselves. Usually that they're horrible, shallow, empty, hateful, worthless sack of shit. So, that's that's a perfect description. It's like, yeah, okay, someone called me a name. I mean, wow, big deal. I've been called names before. Do you know what? This is the internet. Sticks and stones won't break my bones. You can imagine how I feel about being called a name by some nobody on the internet.
All right, I didn't need to add that.
Sorry?
I said, but whips and chains excite me.
Oh, okay. It's like I say, I mean, the thing about it is you often can, you don't realize things about your own country until you see someone else's. And you can see the benefits and the flaws. I'll give you an example. The UK, trans healthcare is really kind of shitty. Very long waiting lists, and it's highly medicalized. You've effectively got to get... Sorry?
In America, it's fine if you're rich.
Well, effectively in America, you are a customer. You pay your health insurance, you're a customer to that company.
But not all.
Well, true.
All insurance companies have healthcare, and we do have like some form, like Medicaid.
Yeah,
the federal program takes care of people with lower incomes.
Mm.
But as people
I'm speaking in a general sense.
Well, I'm trying to point out, it's like, first of all, it depends on what state you're in.
Yeah.
Like some states, I think they're now forced to pay for HRT for all trans people because of a change during the Obama administration, but for the longest time they wouldn't even do that.
Yeah.
And I know
this was the problem that Nadia had before.
My endocrinologist loves fighting like Anthem Hip when they're just trying to do silly things like I get it, it's just like someone trying to find ways not to pay things out, but my endocrinologist office marked it as mail, and every time the insurance company saw that, they would just block payment. So my endocrinologist office just said, it's like, we're going to do a pre-authorization, and you're not going to pull this crap.
Yeah. But like I say, the generally, the thing is, if you've got the money, obviously is the caveat behind it. But in America, you're a customer. And so because you're a customer, you can get it a lot quicker. It's like, oh, you're trans? Okay, fine. Yep, there you go. There's a prescription for hormones.
Well, there's still something of a waiting list for that, but if you don't have the money, it still sucks.
Yes. Yeah.
You have to track it.
But that's the thing. This is what I'm comparing, though. So in America, if you've got money, transition is a lot easier than it is in the UK. However, if you haven't got money, it's shit. In the UK, if you've got money, you can go to a private gender identity clinic and you will be able to get seen a lot quicker. But if you're poor, it's not a barrier for transition. So it's effectively, it's like a set of scales. It's almost balanced out because, with the caveats in mind, it's better if you're in the UK if you're poor, and it's better in the US if you've got money, if you can afford it.
And can't do sex work.
Yeah. So, like I say, it's, that's how you can compare one country to another. What's Bill?
Bill?
No, not that one. Sorry. It's not popped up yet. Oh, no, there it is.
My brother-in-law.
Ah, right. Okay.
Yeah, insurance companies have the system the way they like it, which is why the Affordable Care Act was set up the way it was. It essentially, its initial format forced people into a relationship with insurance companies. And what we have right now is a problem we have with insurance companies and also universities, especially for profit universities, where people are getting, for universities, are getting into massive debts because they'll take out these loans and these for-profit universities will get them for massive amounts, and they can charge more and more because the government will pay it. When it comes to insurance companies, the hospitals don't have competitive pricing with each other. And even if they did, it's like if you have to go to a hospital, you're not going to worry about which one has the best rates, generally, especially if it's an emergency. But the hospitals will charge what they know the insurance companies will pay. So we have a situation where the prices have just gone up, and no one really knows what they pay for doctor services generally. Because they just know how much they're paying for insurance.
Yeah, it just, like I say, the wonderful thing about the NHS, that, it comes as a part of the taxes you pay, when you, it's like it's part of income tax or whatever, it's similar to that. You pay national insurance as a part of your wage. But, it still really comes down to that, in the US, I mean, if you think about it, health insurance, medical insurance is pretty much the same as home insurance. You're paying them, and they're hoping you don't get sick, because then it's all money coming in and not money going out. And they don't really like to pay out. And like all the, they're just waiting for the one big one in California, the big earthquake, and then they'll just go bust. That kind of thing.
Well, I do remember a couple years ago seeing a comic strip like, what if Breaking Bad was set in the UK? And it's just, well, since you're a taxpayer and a UK citizen, we'll pay for your treatment, and that's just where it ends.
There was a really funny tweet of Steve's a few weeks ago, and it's like, you're still a king in this game, Steve, and Steve is, Steve is like, you're damn right, using the Breaking Bad guy, and it's like, wow, because the whole King Steve thing came about because on a drunken ramble, Steve was like, I'm not a fucking pawn in this. I'm not a fucking pawn. I'm a king in this game. I'm a fucking king in this game. And that's entertaining. It's like, yeah, he's a king in this game. Steve is like at the top. Of course, the problem is, you know what the irony of it is, though, of course? It's somewhat true, because in the game of chess, the king doesn't really do very much and has lots of people giving cover for him, which is very appropriate. Is Cheshire the queen or is it Reds? I don't know.
I would only say Reds is the queen to annoy him.
It's more the idea of, the queen that jumps all around the board and tries to, is the most aggressive of the pieces.
Yes, but that doesn't mean I'm not against turning a homophobic joke against him. Because clearly that would be homophobic. Drag queens aren't necessarily gay, but
no,
you'd see it that way. Lead hobo, great name.
It's actually someone has said on Twitter recently that I've had people who sort of, because I'm trans, they think that I'm going to like RuPaul's Drag Race. And it's like, no, because, it's like, what, because I'm trans, I should enjoy watching basically a bunch of guys in costumes. It's like, no, those are characters. I'm not a drag queen. They're not. Sorry?
I have to run to the restroom quickly, so continue on. I'll be back.
Sure. So, well, drag queens are not, they're not trans. They're performers. The clothes they wear are a costume. This is not a costume. This is not a performance. This is me. This is real. She said, I don't know who she's talking to.
There are lots of
things to mute herself.
I don't look at.
I'm going to mute her just in case. So, yeah, like I say, that's, and I really didn't like drag queens because, like I say, it's a fake kind of thing. It's just not, it's not real. So, yeah. I used to, I nearly lived in Leeds. I was very close to living in Leeds. I went to university at Leeds and I commuted from Manchester every day. I didn't last very long. Didn't realise that's how, I didn't realise my agoraphobia was as bad as it was until I went there. And I got an abscess on my tooth, which was the physiological symptom of the stress I was under. And, I was like, just the pain was unbelievable. Funny thing is, the most blissful moment I've ever had in my entire life was being cut with a scalpel. Because what happened was, I effectively, between my teeth and my cheek, so the gum kind of part, I had a big bag of pus about the size of a cocktail sausage, like that big. It was huge. It was, my face was all swollen up and sticking out. It was disgusting. And so what happened was I went up to the university and I basically handed in my resignation, as it were, said I was going to stop. And then I then went to the dental hospital that was attached to the university. And, was under an immense amount of pain. Just to give you an example, so the swelling was pushing my eye socket and it was giving me a massive migraine. Now, I got a back problem. I've got some strong painkillers. And, you know, and it was causing me a severe amount of pain. Honestly, I mean, the painkillers, you're only supposed to take 8, maximum of 8 a day. I was taking 12. I muted you because you was doing something in the background.
Tripping over my roommate's flip-flop.
So anyway, I was just talking about how I was under a lot of pain. And my blissful moment was being cut with a scalpel. Because what happened was the amount of pain I was under, it was just monumental. And I was like crying with the pain. It just wouldn't go away. I couldn't sleep. I was lying down most of the time, and when I sat up, it just throbbed even more. So it was better to just lie down and, you know. And so anyway, so what happened was I went to the dental hospital, and she had a look, and she said, "Right, we're going to have to pierce that." So she got a scalpel and she just slit it, and the pain went immediately. The amount of pressure that was pushing on my eye socket was causing so much pain. It was unbelievable. And suddenly it was gone. And I spent the next 10 minutes with a little cup in my hand, a plastic cup, and basically spitting out the muck that was stuck in my cheek, slightly yellow.
I should not be laughing. It's just...
Yeah, I know. I mean, I was like kneading my cheek to squirt it, and I could feel it squirting out the hole. And you know, it was a sweet smell. It had a sort of sweet metallic taste to it. It was awful, but the pain was gone. So yeah, that's the most amount of pain I've ever had, and it was crazy. So yeah. I think it might have been on the verge of going septic. I'm not sure. I hope not. But yeah, just like I say, one little cut with the scalpel, and I didn't feel the cut at all. Probably because there was so much more pain going on. And weirdly, as soon as I made the decision that I wasn't going to do it anymore, that's when the pain started to subside a little bit. But it was still, you know, when you got a bad migraine.
No,
it was like that. No,
I don't get migraines.
Okay, I rarely get them myself. Maybe 1 or 2 or 3, maybe a year. So I'm fortunate like that. Well, I took antibiotics for a week before that. It was actually 2 weeks, but the first ones did nothing for it. The second lot did a bit.
What I will get is like just some situations where like it's like frequent and painful spasms. And generally I just have to take it easy for a bit. Also, I get this weird thing where it's just like a sudden spasm in the head. I don't know how common that is, but it's like sharp, intense, but it's short.
Yeah. But like I say, I mean, unfortunately, I'm not, you know, I only have one, what Americans would call pre-existing condition. And that is I've got a hiatal hernia. A hiatal hernia, you know what that is?
It's a hole somewhere, but
not really. Effectively, you've got your stomach, and then you've got your windpipe, and there's a valve. And the best way I can describe it is think of an elastic band that's just not, you know, it's getting a bit slack. So what happens is
some of my bras that need to be replaced.
It's like the stomach lining protrudes into the esophagus. And so basically it gives you heartburn.
Well, I have heartburn for different reasons, but
you watch too much Steve stuff, don't you?
No, actually, it's.
I was being facetious.
I was about to explain. It's like I knew that was a joke, but Asperger's, folks.
Yeah,
it's like I knew. You know, sometimes you miss the joke, and sometimes you go on anyway, as if it didn't matter.
Yeah, done that as well. Yeah, you're like, what? You know, and the problem is, Aspies tend to take people at face value. And also I behave in face value as well. What you see is what you get.
Well, it's like, I recall, it's like there was a study saying, like, people on the autism spectrum have a hard time communicating. And then a couple more people came along and said, no. People on the autism spectrum have an easy time communicating with each other, and people who don't have autism can communicate with each other easily. The problem comes when the two groups try to communicate cross.
Yeah.
Because the Asperger's person is generally trying to convey more facts and get their message out, and aren't necessarily putting a lot of the subtle subtext into it.
Yeah.
Whereas the cis person, yeah, I'm thinking the right way there.
I
person.
Yeah, I found a lot of people tend to. I think a lot of people think a bit superficially. They don't look terribly deep in it. They sort of skim the top. And Aspies tend to just go do a deep dive, but it might be a short one. It might be a really, really long one.
It's like, if I'm trying to convey a message to you, there won't be a lot of emotional subtext that isn't obvious. Unless it's just...
Yeah. So I might be doing something in a bit, because I actually intended to go out today, or yesterday now. It's 4:25 in the morning here. So I meant to go out today. I got ready like this to go out because...
my computer agrees with you, so something's off.
Yeah, I need to go out. I need to get my medication for the month, or for a couple of months actually. And I need to get food in because I'm getting a bit short. The supermarket's open all day, but the pharmacy place doesn't open until much later. So I'll go and have a nap and then go. But one of the things that I'm going to get, because unfortunately I normally get my food delivered to me. This fortnight, for some reason, they just didn't do it. I must have had to apply earlier. Normally I have to do it by the Sunday. Excuse me, I've got an itch in my nose. So normally what happens is I need to get my order in by 10 o'clock on a Sunday to be delivered on Wednesday. Looks like I lost Lara. Lara, sorry. So 5 years older. Yeah, I can imagine that one. So I've got to buy Christmas presents, which isn't very many. I'm fortunate because the family is small. It's basically me, my dad, my mum, and my brother. So my stepdad. Everybody else, just phone them up and stuff. So it's quite yeah. Right. Okay. Well, what happens is so I get my shopping from Asda, and Asda. So because I've got the agoraphobia. Oh, looks like she's back. Oh no. Just got to wait until she gets stuff connected. So I get my groceries delivered because of the agoraphobia. I'm on the extremely vulnerable list because what happened was when lockdown happened, it resulted in me having, I used to just get my groceries delivered once a fortnight. And then suddenly when lockdown happened, everybody and their mum wanted to get home deliveries because they didn't want to go out and catch the virus, which meant that I couldn't get any slots. They were always booked all the time. So, I mean, I'd try like 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning. I'd try any hour of the day or night, and I could never, ever find any slots. So it was just really frustrating. So the irony of it is that when lockdown was going on, I had to go out more than I would normally, which was frustrating. So, and it takes, I'm fortunate that the amount of time it takes me to get ready is the amount of time it gets me to get my head ready to go out, because I have to sort of, I don't know, compose myself to get out there. Okay, I don't know if Porpoise, you can hear me, but it appears that it says device is not connected, that you've not got your camera or something going. So yeah, as a result, there's a system to help vulnerable people. So people who have to shield, have to stay in all the time because they've got, like for example, one of my local counsellors, she just finished chemotherapy. So her immune system was compromised, which means that, if she was to catch COVID, it could kill her. So as a result, she's been sheltering since February, roughly. So yeah, that's been a real problem for her. For me, I can go out, but I struggle to go out. So getting on the extremely vulnerable list meant that I was able to get a preferential slot. So what happens is with the system, instead of like I used to do in the past, where on Tuesday I would book my delivery for Wednesday, and I would just pick, 1 o'clock, between 1 and 2 or something. Instead, I wasn't able to do that at all, and so now I've got a preferential slot, and my slot is between 1 and 2 on a Wednesday every other week. So my slot should have been this Tuesday, and Porpoise is really struggling. Yeah, she's trying to join in but can't. So anyway, the yeah. So as a result, the delivery that I should have had for Tuesday, when I went to do it on Sunday, it wasn't available. I did the delivery as, I set it up as normal, and then when I looked at the delivery day, it said the 6th of January. So it meant that I'd lost this 2-week slot. And so my next delivery, so effectively I've got a delivery now set for the 6th already. That's fine. But it means that today I was going to go out and get my groceries. But it was incredibly windy out when I was going to go out. It was about 4 o'clock. And I had an hour and a half to get to the supermarket, to Boots before it closed, which is where I get the pharmacy. And as a result, it was so windy. I've got a balcony, and I couldn't even push the balcony door open. I was struggling, just like, oh. So yeah, I just couldn't even open the balcony door. That's how windy and gusty it was. So I ended up saying, okay, I'll not do that. I know, I'll do this instead. So that's what happened. I basically got all the screen grabs that I needed to do and the video bits that I needed to do, and I organized them and, cut the bits, because it's so much harder to go, when you've got Steve's 3-hour video and I'm only needing about maybe 40 seconds of it or whatever, having to keep jumping, having to jump from one place. No, it was easier to just chuck it in Adobe Premiere, cut the bits I needed, cut them shorter pieces, and then turn them into a MP4 file, which I could then just play, which is what I did. So, yeah. Okay, well, I've been talking for another 3 hours, 18 minutes, according to my clock, and I don't even know how long the original video was. I wonder if it'll tell me, because it should have uploaded it all by now. oh my gosh, that was 3 hours long as well. So I've been doing the after show with Lara as long as I did the video that I made. So yeah, and it's already had 138 views. Kind of surprises me. I haven't got that many people watching. You know. Thank you very much. That's really appreciative. I really appreciate that. Sorry. You know, I mean, I am an honest person. I find it's easier to be honest. It's easier to be honest than dishonest. And I think that's one of the reasons why I can't stand the likes of Steve, because he and Cheshire are so dishonest that it kind of frustrates me that, you know, something my dad said just a few years back. He said, when I was a child, I had a big problem with fairness. You know, it's like, you know, life isn't fair. And my attitude was, but it should be fair. You know, it should be equal and fair, and, you know, people should do the right thing and say the right thing, and, you know, and not be mean and things like that. That's the way things should be. You know, all these discussions we have about morality are effectively arguments about how we think life should be lived. You know, in order to have a community, how should we live our lives? So, oh, she's back.
Google did not want to allow the mic and cam access.
Okay, what I need you to do now is turn around and do the okie dokie.
I don't think so, Tim.
Tim?
90s show called Home Improvement.
Okay. The joke is that you were in, out, shake it all about, do the okie dokie. You know,
hokey pokey, but Tim was probably not.
Unless
you saw Home Improvement, that probably wasn't the best choice.
No, not American. Yeah. So
and it wasn't a great show,
but it's a silly joke, you know.
But every time the host of a fake show called Tool Time asked his assistant to do something stupid, the assistant would say, "I don't think so, Tim."
Okay, gotcha.
All right.
Yeah. What I was saying about before is that I always had a problem as a child of life isn't fair, and my attitude was, but it should be fair. And if it's not fair, you should call it out, because that's not, you know, because it should be fair.
And a life, I think a sense of fairness is common, especially among younger people. And
yeah, I don't know, is it an Aspie thing?
I want to say so, but I don't think it's necessarily Aspie. I think it's just, especially when you're younger, it's like you don't necessarily have a good understanding of your relation to the world, and you don't quite understand. It's like, yeah, things should be fair, they just aren't.
Yeah. Ironically, it goes to another Star Trek-y moment. It's the A Measure of a Man. That's the one where Data's put on trial. Effectively, does he have rights? If you remember that one. And Riker removes his arm and turns him off, and he goes back to his chair and he's like, "Oh shit, what did I do?" And he felt awful for the thing he had to do to demonstrate his case. But at the end of it, Data's won the case. He's a real person. He's a real boy now. Pinocchio thing going there. And so he has the rights of autonomy to choose for himself. And at the end of it, there's a party in 10 forward or something, and Riker's on the observation lounge, and he's not there, and it's like, but sorry, forget that. It wasn't actually the one I was looking to make anyway. The bit I'm thinking of is in 10 forward, and it's a party. And Data's opening presents because he's going to be resigning from Starfleet, and he sees Geordi and he's sort of alone off to the side, and it's like, and Geordi said, "It's not fair that you got to go away, you got to resign like this," kind of thing. And Data says, as Dr. Pulaski would say, life is really fair. And Geordie says, sorry, that doesn't make it easier or doesn't make it better. And that, again, resonates with me. So, yeah, there we go. Another great comment there. Just because the world isn't fair doesn't mean we should stop to try and make it so. Not an Aspie thing at all.
Make it so.
Forgive me for being a little bit pedantic. Aspie, IE, not Y. Don't worry, not offensive at all. Just like, stick ASPIE. That is the general way people use it.
Make it so. Sorry.
I think that's more Picard, isn't it? Make it so.
Yeah, but it just triggered that. And someone did a make it. Of course, after Frozen came out, someone did Let It Go, but make it so.
Gotcha. Okay. You see, for me, I hear Let It Go, and it sounds like a fart song. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't sing, but that doesn't stop me from trying. Obviously, I have no musical talent, but...
I'm not too bad at singing.
But obviously, if I were to do the Gilligan's Island theme well, that wouldn't fit Steve McRae.
No. The video that I'm working on, the long version. I say the long version, it's still going to be shorter than the 3 hours it took to go through Cheshire's thing.
Do you script your videos?
Sorry? Yeah, kind of.
I mean, I do have shorter scripts, and it's like one I've just sat on just because I stopped, and it's like, do I really need to do a video pointing out Steve McRae's misogyny? It's like, this isn't something you need to make a long, compelling argument to point out.
Yeah. The problem is that, I like to tell a story effectively. There's a trail that it needs to follow. A domino. You set up the dominoes effectively. And so I did that today. I was saying while you were away that, I knew what I wanted to say. And so I, renumbered all the names of all the screen grabs so that they were all in a sequence. And I took, that stupid long, 3-hour video Steve had and chopped 40 seconds out of it.
So I still haven't watched the Sit Down with Debunkers video.
Yeah. So
and again, they weren't particularly nasty to me as they were to Fiona and Exiled.
Yeah. The thing about it is, it's the same story. They know the bullshit that Steve gets up to, and he tends to he tends to attack women.
What is this thing with trying to get smaller YouTube channels to go after people? Is it just because he realizes if he goes after other channels, it gets them subscribers?
Okay, I've got a dyslexic joke for you. Okay, and it's not an attacking, someone who's dyslexic. It's just a comedy, and it's actually a cartoon one. And so if you can imagine, so there's a guy in a mine, and he sees a crate, and on the crate it's got dyslexic dynamite, and the next picture is him holding a stick of dynamite, saying, "Dyslexic dynamite." And then the last picture is like an explosion. So if you can imagine, white sort of zappy, looks a bit like a cloud, but out of, sticks, zigzag lines, not a zigzag, pointy thing. So it's a pointy explosion thing with red on the outside. And in the middle of it, it's got Banag.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that. No, in chat.
Oh.
April Diamond's comment.
He's back in Team Mom chat rooms recruiting again. Seriously? Steve is in he's never been a teen mom. It's been a long time since he's been a teen, but he's certainly never been a mom.
Thank you for your valued input, Typhoid Mary. I'm sure I'll take that to heart. But there's certainly nothing creepy about a 50-year-old man in a teen mom group.
Yeah.
There's
Sorry.
not even any dirt on Katie to get. I really should have the background behind me rather than this junk, but
Yeah, bye. Yeah, she doesn't get to, just come and spew bullshit like that. Not even about the topic. So, yeah. What was the thing I saw? What was it?
you were talking about dyslexic dynamite and telling a joke.
No. It was it's something else. It was that, and it kind of it was Jim Carrey. Someone had said, "How do you sleep at night?" or whatever it was, and he said, "Naked, so they can kiss my ass." Also, it's easier to kiss my ass. Something like that. I thought that was funny.
Jim Carrey's not a great actor, but some of his stuff was funny, like Fire Marshal Bill back in the 90s.
Yeah, but no, I sort of have a love-hate thing with Jim Carrey. He's good, but he's a bit samey after a while, and that would be my negative thing.
Well, I think Neil Patrick Harris made a better account Olaf, but I don't know if you've seen Netflix's series of Fortunate Events.
No,
a series of unfortunate events.
Oh yeah, I watched the TV. Sorry, I watched the movie. In fact, I've got it behind the DVD.
Netflix has a TV show.
Ah, right. Okay, never got around to watching that. I do have Netflix, so I watched that. I've been watching the Crown lately. That's interesting. Do you know something? As someone who knows about women's fashion a bit and have been, sort of observing for many years, and I've got a retro style.
I would like to do more diesel punk stuff, but
yeah,
I need a larger clothing budget.
I rather like a dress and cardigan style. And I got a lot of these Lindy Bop dresses. They're really cute. So one thing that kind of really bugs me, I look at the costumes in the sort of 1950s, 60s stuff on that show, and I keep sort of looking. I see like she's wearing a dress with an invisible zip on it, and it's like, but those weren't invented until the 80s. In the 50s they'd be metal ones. In the end of the 60s maybe, but certainly 70s and 80s, into the 80s, they were like nylon with a metal zip slider, and then later, then the invisible zips came along. So those were like late 80s into the early 90s kind of period that they started to turn up. I don't know the exact year, but I do remember seeing them on women's clothes. And so it's like the costumer really somewhat disappointed. It's like, yeah, you did a great costume, but you're going to put a sort of 80s plus zip
Invisible zips were sewn in the 1920s.
The 50s and 60s and stuff. And it's like, no, you can't do that. No. So,
well, I was going to say, to do a full 1920s outfit, well, I need to the flapper dress I have is not correctly sized.
I don't really like the flapper style. It's just not a thing for me. I don't like beads and stuff like that, so that doesn't appeal.
Well, like I said, with a little bit more money, I would probably gravitate towards like a decade or two later. But I think I did this because it was 2020 and I was expecting it to be a somewhat less terrible year. And it was just like a little fun. It's like it's the 20s again. Have some fun with it.
Oh, right, yeah. Like I say, my style is retro 80s. Sorry, try again. Retro 50s, because in the 80s there was a sort of retro 50s thing. So it's like retro 80s kind of thing. Because there's one thing I'd noticed over the decades, and that's that fashion is cyclical. So what happens is, I remember a few years back, I was going out of Manchester Piccadilly train station, going down towards into the city, because I'll get the train in. And so walking up towards me were 4 young women, and they looked like they just stepped out of Fame. It was leotards and leg warmers, which is what Madonna was wearing, like 10 years ago now, roughly. And
if you ever want to do a cyberpunk cosplay, you can't do much better than 80s fashion.
Yeah. So, excuse me. So,
well, when it comes to covering up, I take True Carrie's advice. I have an ugly body. I should cover it up.
Yeah, I'm fat in the middle. I need to do something about that. There is a sort of negative thing about it, though, because I have a somewhat prominent Adam's apple, but because I've got a little bit of a double chin going on.
I don't really have an Adam's apple.
It doesn't.
I'm sure
really,
I do, but it's...
Yeah, it doesn't show it up very well. So
yeah,
that
I'm...
helps.
Speaking of Cyberpunk, I can't wait to be able to download it after all the bugs... Well, I'll probably get it after all the bugs are fixed, but... I was excited for that game, and it's a shame it didn't turn out very well. Then again, I was excited for Fallout 76, too, when that took 3 expansions to be useful.
Yeah, okay, I'll show you some of the... this is the kind of style that I like. So that's my favorite dress. It has a sort of retro 60s thing going on, so you can imagine, Jackie Onassis kind of, thing. So skinny belt, The only problem is because I'm tall, my natural waist is about 3 inches lower than a normal dress's waist. And this is the reason why I prefer dresses, because there's usually maybe only a couple of inches between the waistband of a skirt on my waist and a top. And all I have to do is reach up for something, and I'm showing tummy, and I don't want to do that. So yeah, that's the style that I go for.
If you get rid of the red cover, you could actually do a costume as one of the ants from Hulu's A Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah, that's actually not red. That's pink. It's a fuchsia pink. So yeah, that is actually a top. And I got like a brown A-line skirt with sort of cream flowers in it. And that was the day that I got rid of the last of the guy clothes. So, I got rid of 5 bags of guy clothes. I kept one set in case my mum changed her mind, and after a year I got rid of it. So, yeah, that was me the day I changed my name.
That's a good outfit. Good picture, too.
Yeah, that was something I wore in the summer.
I think you like the teal and turquoise as much as I do, and it's not necessarily your best color either.
What, this?
Yeah.
I'm okay.
It doesn't
with
look
that.
bad, it's just...
Yeah, my problem was, is this too short for me? Wasn't really sure.
Actually, I saw a nice...
But,
There's a trend I saw someone pushing for that I wish would take more hold. It's like, there's no age for certain fashions. It's like, if you want to dress in alternate fashion all the way up to like you're 90, go ahead and do so.
So this is a dress that... So my best day ever was so what happened was the day before Mother's Day, I phoned up my mum to ask if I could go down as a guy to give her a Mother's Day present. And she ended up finishing the call. The call ended up with, "Don't bother coming down, just consider me dead." So I went down and I told her that she doesn't get to choose, that I consider her dead. If she wants to consider me dead, that's up to her, but she doesn't make that kind of choice for me. And we had a row. I mean, it wasn't a shouting, screaming kind of row. It was her not accepting me. And it's like, she ended up with, "I don't want nothing more to do with you." And so I ended up coming home and I was upset, but I it was a warm day. I put on a dress, and it was the catalyst that the only reason I was wearing any guy clothes, the only time I wore guy clothes, was to go and visit my mum. And suddenly it was like, I can't visit my mum anymore because she wants nothing more to do with me. What's the point in having the guy clothes? So I basically went through my bedroom and any guy clothes got lobbed out in the hallway. And after 3 weeks, I had it all cleaned out. And then I split it into 2 piles. Anything that had any stains or rips or tears went into the bin. And anything that was good and wearable went to charity. And I kept 1 set of guy clothes in case she changed her mind. And but my best day was the day I got rid of the first bag. It was on a Tuesday. And I was having to go into town anyway, so I dropped off the first bag and went into town. And I was, like I say, wearing this dress, a fitted shift dress. Now, something to bear in mind, a fitted shift dress like this is not comfortable. It's tight and it's constrictive, but it's really feminine. It brings out my most feminine part of me, if you know what I mean. It feels smart and, it just really, really feminine, So, physically not comfortable, mentally is comfortable because this is me being me. That's the best way I can describe it.
So, not wearing anything fancy tonight, but all you can see is the t-shirt anyway. So.
So what happened was, and I'm wearing some they're called Spanx, Tommy Slimming underwear, but they're also good at hiding what I call boy bumps. So what happened was I ended up, I was in the indoor market in the town centre where
Remember,
I live.
not everyone can tuck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I took as best as I can. Anyway, so what happened was I'm walking through the indoor market and I'm feeling really great about myself. I'm moving away from the guy past, moving forward in, the girl future kind of thing, of women future. And I'm, like I say, I'm just feeling really great. Moving, I'm just got rid of the first bag of guy clothes. So, so I was walking through the indoor market, and in my head, I was thinking to myself, I hope I'm tucked tight and no one can tell. I'm sure I am. But you know what? Even if they can tell, I don't care.
Most people aren't looking down there anyway.
No, probably not. But, the problem is I stand out because I'm 6'4". And not only that, I was wearing some 2-inch heels as well, which makes me stand out. Which, but they make you walk different. So I'm walking through the indoor market. My feet click heels. And, I'm not wearing stilettos. They're just like the D-shaped ones. In fact, I think you can just about make them out there. So
yeah,
like a D-shaped heel.
No, I literally can't wear heels.
Right. Yeah, I can't wear stiletto types, but those I can get away with. They hurt my feet, but, I can do it. Anyway, so what happened was feeling really great. I hope I'm tucked tight and no one can tell. I'm sure I am, but you know what? Even if they can tell, I don't care. I'm being genuine to myself. I'm being me, and no one can tell me that I can't look like this, or be like this, or feel like this. And like I say, I felt supreme. Full on gender euphoria, 101%. And after I finished at the other place I was going to, I said to myself, you know what? I'm going to reward myself for feeling this good. So I went and bought myself some fresh flowers. And I do that for myself for every month. And just to show you, behind my computer, I've got fresh flowers, and they're starting to get a bit wilty now, a bit dry. So they're all starting to go floppy. But I buy myself fresh flowers every fortnight now. It's not every month; it's every fortnight.
Every time you say fortnight, I keep thinking of that crappy shooter game.
Yeah, a fortnight
is not a word we use that much.
Yeah. So, like I say, this is. I'm not afraid to be myself now. And here's a trick, ladies. If you ever get fresh flowers, buy them for yourself, whatever. you get buy multiple coloured ones and just rotate the vase every day for a different look.
Well, also remember, you don't become a woman until an older relative turns to you at the restaurant and says, "Maybe you should have the salad, sweetie." Never mind. That was bad.
I mean, another example of my, it's right, Leanne. I mean, effectively, this is basically a bit of self-love. Effectively, it's my reward for my transition. Transition is not fun. It's not easy. I get people staring at me. I've had people say really mean things to me. Walking down the street. Yeah, walking down the street and having someone say, "Oh, there's another she," loudly to her friends as I walk by. Having a group of people go by and then you hear laughter. Did you see that? So I get.
I've had that happen a long time.
Yeah, I do get stuff happen here and there. But, I've got a good coping strategy. And my coping strategy is really simple. Effectively, I have a points-based system. It's not a literal point. I'm not like, every day I collate how many points I've got today kind of thing. It's more conceptual. So I'm walking down the street. Someone's walking the other way. She looks at me. I smile. She smiles back. There's a point. Hasn't really happened very much this year because everyone's wearing masks. Anyway, and it's really hard to sort of smile and show someone you're smiling when you're wearing a mask. So, I'm walking down the street. Someone smiles. I smile back. There's a point. I post a picture or something, and I get one of my friends say, "Oh, you look stunning in that." Well, that's like 500 points of gush right there. I go to one of the makeup counters. "Oh, your eye makeup's looking nice today." Well, they're experts. There's a couple 100 points there. One of my best ones, in fact, my best one, I suppose, is my bank. So, I'd go in to take some money out or put some money in or something, and the cashier at the desk, I'd noticed that she'd been calling me Laura. She never used to call me my guy name, so she's trying to make me feel comfortable. I appreciated it. So I said so. And she went, "Oh, you're quite welcome, dear. You're looking nice today." I said, "Oh, I'm not too bad at makeup and clothes and stuff." And she went, No, you look beautiful." Now, you tell a man he's handsome. You tell a woman she's beautiful. To tell a trans woman she's beautiful, that means a lot. So that was like 1,000 points that day. So if I get a day where, I'm walking down the street and someone, "Oh, there's another she, he," loudly, I might lose a couple of 100 points because I feel really shitty for a few seconds. But I can take an objective step back and say, "Yeah, but look, you got 7,800 points of positive energy. The world is better than it is bad." And that's how I get my head around this stuff. That's how I deal with the negative stuff. So, it's a coping strategy that works for me. And I've posted it on Twitter here and there to other trans people who are struggling, and they've used it themselves. So it's a nice one.
After 500.
Sorry, go on.
After 500 more snarky comments to transphobes, I can go Super Saiyan. I hate that show. I really do.
I had a funny thing happen last summer. Not this summer, but last summer. So what happened was, it was a beautiful summer's day, and I put on this dress, and it's a really cute one. And I went out for a walk in it. I was feeling good that day. I was having a good day. When I'm having a bad day, I'll just stay in bed all day, or just sit in front of the computer all day and watch something or other. But on a good day, I actually feel, I can go out today. And so I went for a walk. I just fancied a walk. Actually, I fancied scrambled eggs on toast, and I didn't have any bread. So I needed to go out to go to the bread. And instead of just coming straight back, I walked down the canal and walked around and back and that kind of thing. And so I had a good day. Well, a couple of days later, another good day, I went into Manchester, and I went wearing that, and it's a cute dress. It's a bit, it's short, but it's cute, and What is it? It's got a V back as well. But so and I ended up having a chat with a street preacher. There was a street preacher. I'm walking up from Boots.
Wait.
And this Manchester street preacher was like, and men who want to be women. And, when he saw sight of me, and men who want to be women. Oh, you're throwing down the gauntlet. Okay, I can play that game. And clearly I knew the Bible better than he did. I kind of challenged him on some stuff. And, and the funny thing about it is, there was only two of us talking, the other people just walking by. That didn't sound good.
Both of them are not set up properly because Walmart didn't think to do them right.
I think I'm going to mute her to save some embarrassment for her. Anyway, that was a bit of a bad crump noise. So so what happened was having a backwards and forwards with this guy, and it's and I was running rings around him. It sounds like something in the background all fell down. Anyway, so I was running rings around the guy. I mean, at one point I'm like, is slavery moral? And he's like, no. I said, well, that's not what your Bible said. It doesn't, he said. I said, it does. Exodus 21, you got a Bible right there. Read it out to us. Come on, read it out to the crowd. Because by the time this backwards and forwards, there's probably about a crowd of 20 to 30 people, maybe more. So there we are going, So it's like, okay, I will, he says. So he starts flicking through the pages, and he gets to Exodus, and he gets to Exodus 21, and he skims it, and he went, I'm not reading all that. I said, what do you mean? It's not even a page. Don't worry, I've got that bit memorized. If a man goes in alone, he leaves alone. If he goes in with his wife, he leaves with his wife. But if he goes in alone and is on the seventh year, he gets to go free. But they don't, because they're his wife is a woman. I've muted you, Laura, if you can hear me.
Yeah, the monitors just aren't in a good spot. It was bad design. They're cheap monitors from Walmart.
Fair enough. I was just talking about
tomorrow.
Me talking to that street preacher.
Yeah, screw.
Oh, she's muted again. Anyway, so I was, it's like I read it out to him, much to the aghast of the crowd who'd never heard that part of the Bible before. Anyway, so at one point in this backwards and forwards, he said I was committing a sexual, a sexual sin, and I said,
the best kind.
Yeah, you're committing a sexual sin. I said, I'm an asexual. I've never had sex. Not interested in having sex. I'm still a virgin. How can I possibly be committing a sexual sin when I'm literally not having sex? And he kind of, a bit like when you're watching a stream and it kind of gets stuck and it buffers. You could almost see the buffering in his eyes. And he just went, we're all sinners to God, he said, holding his Bible up. And, I just said to everybody, I said, did you notice how he completely ignored the question I asked? And everybody laughed at his avoidance. And it was a really important day for me because effectively I was arguing as myself. I wasn't, because when I was living as a guy, I would argue then, but I didn't have the confidence to argue as a woman. And, it was like, no, I'm being me now. And this guy has decided he's going to pick me out of the crowd to try and, use me as an example of sin or whatever. And screw you, I'm being myself, and I'm going to show you what I think about what you're doing there. Because again, if you believe, fine. If you don't believe, fine. As long as you're not in someone's face about it, people generally don't care. There he is out and being in my face about it, effectively. Well, he doesn't get to use me as a tool. So, now, and not only that, you're going to love this one, Jemima, because there's extra special bit in it. Because there was a girl next to me and she's like, we should phone the police now because this is hate speech. And I said, no, don't do that. There's no need. think about what's going on right now. 20 minutes ago, he was talking to through a loudspeaker to nobody in particular, no one paying attention to him. And, you know, and now everybody can see how awful he is and his perception of what is, you know, God believes and stuff. So far from drawing people towards his belief, he's now repelling people from it. And there was a young trans lad next to me, and he was giving some back. I mean, you know, there wasn't any swearing or any shouting or anything like that, other than having just him speaking over people because he had a headset mic thing going on. So this young trans lad, he was probably only about 16, maybe 15. In fact, yeah, I think probably more like 15, 16. So I had to go. I've actually jumped a step, but I had to go. And so, you know, he's like, do you want to go to the pub or something like that? You know, because a bunch of us are going to go. And I said, I'd love to, but unfortunately I've got a thing that I'm doing. That's why I've got to go away. And so I shook his hand. And his handshake was a bit feeble. And it's like, you know what? You know, obviously being a trans boy, he started off as a girl and maybe learned to shake hands as a girl. And so maybe that was a bit too girly a handshake, if that makes sense. I know that sounds a horrible way to describe it. And it's like, you know what? And I said, let me hand you the manhood baton. I'm going to give you the manhood bit left in me. I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to show you how to give a proper handshake, a blokey handshake. And so I did, you know, sort of a squeeze, not to hurt anyone, just a good strong grip, you know, just yes kind of thing. And, you know, I taught this trans boy how to give a manly handshake. And I thought that was great. Like I say, it was like it was a passing of the baton. You know, me getting rid of another element of guyness in me and handing it to him. So that was kind of special. And then the third part, because I piggybacked a bit, the bit in the middle, what happened was there was a girl, as I said, I've got to go now, I've got stuff to do, but thank you for the chat. And so I sort of moved away, and I had a girl who pushed away through the crowd. You know, it was about 3 deep. She pushed away through the crowd, and she said, "You were amazing. Can I give you a hug?" And so I gave her a hug. It was lovely, you know. And you know, like I say, as you know, as you sort of say here, I'm being me, you know, and I'm not ashamed to be me, you know. Not ashamed to be who I am now. I'm being exactly who I am now. I mean, even if that as I am is somewhere in between, I don't know. You know, I'm not going to get Steve giving me shit lying down. Maybe that's a bit of the blokiness in me. You know, it's like, yeah, screw you. You don't get to dominate over me. No. But equally, it could quite easily be the feminist part of me, you know, living as a female. And I'm like, no, you don't get to, you know, talk down to me because I'm trans, because I'm a trans woman. No, screw that. So, like I say, it was a special day. You know, so that was, you know, that was the outfit I wore that day. And like I say, you know, sleeveless dress. First time I wore a sleeveless dress in public that couple of days, because I'd always felt that my arms were a bit, you know, manly, and that doesn't look right. Again, causes a bit of dysphoria in me. But that summer, I took part in a cycling demonstration as well, and there I am talking to the crowd as me. You know, that was special. You know, I actually made people chuckle, because what I was saying in that bit of speech was, you know, effectively what was happening. They were closing a bit of cycle lane to put an extra car lane in, and it's like, you know, no, they shouldn't do that. So So what happened was I was repeating something that I saw. I saw something in the local evening, Manchester Evening News, the local newspaper, and there'd been roadworks in the south part of the city where they've had to close one lane out of a 2-lane road. It's just a main road, and because they'd shut one lane for road repairs, half the traffic could get through the space of the normal traffic, so it caused congestion. And some guy in the local newspaper complained that it took him 40 minutes to drive 2 miles to get to work. And it's like, 2 miles? You could have walked it or ridden a bike, even better. You'd be there in like 10, 15 minutes riding a bike, and that's just trundling. That's not even pushing hard. So, what an argument. And then I saw a lady on Twitter who said that the congestion was so bad that it took her 20 minutes to drive half a mile to go to the gym. And it's like, why are you driving a car half a mile to get to the gym? You could jog or ride a bike, and you count that as your warm up before you go to. So, like I say, as I gave that, people laughed at it because it was kind of funny. People making excuses for, like, I need to drive my car to drive half a mile to get to the gym. Well, it takes 20 minutes at most to walk like that. So then last year, I took part in there was the Manchester Council. They were starting to open some new cycle lanes, and they didn't have publicity material for it, so they were looking for publicity material, and so I took part. Oh, you're back. I'm sorry. So yeah, I took part in this, and so these are publicity photos from the council, and all these people took part, and I was one of them. I turned up on my pink bike, wearing a nice outfit, and so there's a bunch of pictures, so yeah. Oh, that was the other side of it. It makes me look a bit fat in that angle. That was my friend on my birthday. So, yeah, that was me for Manchester Pride. There you go. That was what I wore last January. Sorry, the 5th of January last year. This year. So, yeah. Yeah, similar to a dress that I'm wearing today, actually. I've got 3 dresses of that style. One's black with flowers on it, one's blue with flowers on it, a sort of turquoisey blue, and the other one is this pink one. So, yeah, that's my bike now. I put flowers on it, and I didn't go out.
Keep bikes?
Sorry?
You can keep bikes?
Yeah, well, I have a feeling that I'm less likely to lose this bike because it's pink, and bike thieves probably don't want to be seen riding a pink bike.
It's all scrap metal here. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but yeah, I added flowers to it, and like I say, I didn't go out of my way to buy a pink bike. I needed something that had a good size frame, 19-inch frame, because I'm tall. I needed something that had gears because, unlike Amsterdam bikes of that style, where it's flat, Manchester is a bit hilly, so I needed something with gears. And I needed something that didn't cost £400, and that was £180 from Argos. So, but it was pink, and it's like, and I kind of felt for a while, and part of me still has that little niggle in the back of my head of, am I trying too hard? Am I being too girly? And, it's effectively just come to a point where I'm saying to myself, who cares? Because if you think about it, there are girly girls and there are tomboys and everything in between. Why is it that because I'm trans, I can't be one of the girly ones? There's no reason why. I can be whoever I want to be. It is up to me the the style that I have. So, like I say, it's nobody's business but my own how girly I want to be. And I like painting my nails, and I like makeup and stuff. I like cute outfits. I love my pink bike. So, like I say, I'm now being me, and I'm able to manifest who the hell I want to be, and no one can tell me that because I'm trans I can't be a girly girl. The only thing that I don't do is jewelry. I don't like jewelry. It's a stupid, weird phobia I've got, and really it comes down to human beings are rather icky creatures. We sweat and we extrude oils and all that kind of stuff. We just secrete all this bodily fluid type stuff. And well, when I lived in Germany, my parents were in the Air Force. We lived in Germany for 3 years. And what they would do is when they resurfaced the Autobahn, they'd resurface it, but it wouldn't be the tarmac was still sitting, and it wasn't enough to allow like trucks, semi-articulated trucks on the road. So what they would do is that on a Sunday, they would have, while they're waiting for it to set, they would have basically a car boot sale. So you drive up the back of your car, you can get a little table, put stuff off, and people can turn up and buy stuff. So it's just like I don't know. Car boot sale is something we have in the UK a lot, but of course, yard sale, but with your car would be a more American analogy. And so, like I say, they'd have autobahn sales where people would just drive up in their car, sell the stuff they have stuffed in their loft and they don't need anymore on the market, and see if someone else wants it. Pay £3 for something or whatever. Anyway, so you swap meet. Okay, yeah. So this guy, he was selling tins of a silvery powder, and what you did is you took your jewelry and you stuck it in a jar, in a glass jar or something, and you took a teaspoon of this powder and you stuck it in there and put water in it and shook it and give it a stir and just leave it, and it basically dislodges all the bodily fluids and stuff and cleans your jewelry. But the problem is, there was when I saw my mum doing her stuff, and when she was finished, there was just this like black tar type sludge at the bottom, and it was like just disgusting. And it's like, no, I don't wear jewelry. I don't wear a watch. I don't wear rings or bracelets or chains or anything like that. Not my thing at all. So that's it. That's the only thing I don't do. My nails are relatively long. Except my index finger, I do sort of trim them down a little bit more because I struggle to do railway modelling with the long fingers. But yeah, so sometimes I file them back a little bit, keep them trimmed. But yeah, like I say, I'm being me now. I'm being me, and this is exactly it. Internalizing all the brilliance you've done in the name of other causes and apply them to yourself. Yeah, I'm just being me. I've spent, I think it really comes down to, I spent 18 years knowing that I was trans, but not wanting to, not being prepared to live it because I was scared of other people, And I got to the point of, why am I letting all these other people control my happiness? Because I'm trying to make them comfortable, and I'm living in misery over it. And like I say, when Jade died, it was, life is short. Why am I letting other people control my life? And I just said, no, I can't do that anymore. And I started to go out publicly. And the more I did it, the more I went, you know what? This is really working for me. And this thing that I've been holding off for ages, maybe I wasn't ready for it then, but I'm ready for it now. And, the little tiny niggle I had in the back of my mind, and it was basically, am I so caught up with the excitement of this new me kind of thing that it's blinding me to whether this is really the correct thing to do. And once I got to the point of, yes, this is what I want. And over time, that niggle went from 5% niggle in the back of my head to, 2% to just gone. That was it. It's gone. This is my future now. Guy clothes have all gone. That's all happened now. This is me. And as sad as it is with my mum disowning me, I'm not going back. And hopefully my mum will get her head around it and will want me back in her life. But the ball is in her court. I can't do anything. Once she disowned me, she said she wanted nothing more to do with me. If she has a change, if I go to her or anything like that, if I, last year's Christmas card, I sent her a present. I got my dad to pick up the presents, and he dropped off the ones for me, or the one for me, I wrote a card for my dad and my brother who are okay with it, but my mum, I didn't put from Laura. I just put, to Mum, Merry Christmas and have a Happy New Year, and I didn't sign it because I didn't want her to give her anything that she might, oh, you're forcing me by calling yourself Laura now. I didn't want any of that. But like I say, it made my life easier because the ball is in her court. And if she wants a relationship with me, I gave it a year. I was prepared to go down as a guy to sort of wean her into it. After a year, it's like I can't keep holding on to the past. One set of guy clothes acting as an anchor to the past. No, I can't do that. So I gave it a year, and after a year, I got rid of them. So, that was, that was a necessary step for me. Now, if my mum changes her mind, and wants a relationship with me, it's not so much going to be on my terms, but there's not going to be any pretending to be a guy midpoint. There's going to be, this is how I come. We can chat on the phone and then meet up or something, maybe somewhere outside, go have a coffee or something. I don't drink coffee, but whatever, the equivalent. But whatever. I'll take whatever it comes. And I told my dad, I said, if she changes her mind, make sure she knows that although she's closed the door on me, I haven't closed the door on her. So if she changes her mind, and there's one of the things that can happen with a strange family, where it's been such a long time and they don't want to open up old wounds, and it is rather hard having to face the fact that that they caused the negativity thing to go on. Well, or even if it's the other way around, that they want a relationship again. Either way, if mum wants a relationship again, I told my dad that what can happen. People could say, oh, I don't want to open any wounds, I don't want to cause them any pain, it's been such a long time, and then they leave it, and the next thing you meet when it's a funeral or something. Well, I don't want it to be my mum's funeral. It's the last time I see her. I really don't want that. So I made sure that if she has second thoughts about it, if she changes her mind, that my dad knows that I'm prepared whenever. I'm ready to receive my life, and hopefully that's what will happen. The hardest part of it is that my mum always told me that her love for me was unconditional, and yet when I made a choice for my own happiness, oh my gosh, I told her that. My mum always told me that her love for me was unconditional, and that when I made a decision for my life, suddenly there was small print involved in this unconditional love, and that was upsetting, because it's upsetting that she can never ever tell me that again. That's the hard part. That even if we reconcile, she can never say that again, because I've already seen evidence that when I did make a choice, suddenly, she was able to withhold that love. Now, one of the things that I've heard people say is that I still love you, I just don't like what you're doing. Well, you're not loving me then. If she doesn't love me being like this, she's not loving me. She's loving an avatar, effectively. She's loving what she thinks that I should be, not me. She's avatar is the right word. It's a mannequin. She loved the person who she wants me to be, not who I am. It was what I was, effectively, that she loved. But like I say, that sad part allowed me to, it was a release for me, because I wasn't walking on eggshells all the time, worried that anything I might say she would snap on. So, it was tough. It really was. I mean, mothers are supposed to be I'm trying to think how to say it. Mothers are almost a blueprint for you in a way. They're the ones that teach you what it is to be a woman. If you're born cis, if you're born as a cis girl, you get older, mum teaches you what it is to be a woman. And of course, I've watched her over the years and things like that. My mum always had bright nails. Maybe that's why I like it. I don't know. But so parents are a role model, I suppose you could say. But no, it's sad that my first steps into womanhood, my mum's not going to be there to help me along. So, yeah, but I can't dwell on what if, what might be, what might have been. I can't do that kind of stuff because, it's like, well, what might have been is irrelevant to what is. I can only deal with what is. And so right now, I mean, I suppose it would hurt too much to worry about that. So, yeah. Okay, that's funny. I think you're amazing. You're my most sinister porpoise in the world. What a great line. So, right, I think since we've been going for a very long time, I can't remember I saw how long it was earlier, and my voice is starting to get a bit growly because I'm almost out of juice. I had a full jug before, so I've run out, and I need to keep lubricating because that's how you keep your voice good. So. I'm going to finish now. Do you want to say goodbye, Lyra?
All right. Remember, everyone, be excellent to each other. And as always, so long, and thanks for all the fish.
That's a good thing to say. So, yeah. So we're going to go now. So thank you for watching. I appreciate the lovely things that you've said. And thank you, Lyra, for joining me. Maybe we should do this more often. Maybe I should make a weekly thing about Steve, and you can come and join in. And
we should come up with a podcast.
Yeah,
not sure about what yet, though.
Yeah. Anyway, radio. So thank you for watching, everybody, And I hope you have a great weekend. A great couple of days. Hope you have a Merry Christmas. And if you're not going to be around, have a Happy New Year as well. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for watching. Merry Christmas.